Good evening. I'm going to call this meeting to order. This meeting is being recorded by the City Council and GCTV 15. If any other persons present are doing the same, you must notify the chairperson this time. In accordance with MGL 30A SS 20G, no person shall address a meeting of the public body without permission of the chair, and all persons shall, at the request of the chair, be silent. No person shall disrupt the proceedings of a meeting of a public body. If, after clear warning from the chair, a person continues to disrupt the proceedings, the chair may order the person to withdraw from the meeting, and if the person does not withdraw, the chair may authorize a constable or other officer to remove the person from the meeting. All right, can we have a roll call of members, please?
Vice President Gwynn will not be attending tonight. Counselor Disorder.
Here.
Counselor Bottomley is attending through hybrid. Counselor Bottomley, can you hear us?
Councilor Bottomley, you're on mute.
Counselor Bottomley, I'm going to come back to you. I see that you sent a message that said you are not hearing sound. Can you hear us now? I'm going to come back to you, Counselor Bottomley.
Is our Zoom on mute?
No.
Okay.
Counselor Bullock.
Here.
President Gilmore.
Here.
Counselor Lapiansky.
I'm here.
Counselor Mayo.
Here.
Counselor Healy.
Here.
Counselor Elmer.
Here.
Counselor Forgy.
Here.
Counselor Ricketts.
Present.
Counselor Toronzo.
Here.
Counselor Bottomley, have you had any? So he is not able to communicate. He is attending virtually, but we will hopefully get him to be logged in just a moment. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, next we have the Pledge of Allegiance. This is voluntary. All right, next, do I have a motion to suspend the rules of procedure?
So moved.
All right. Okay. Do you mean through Zoom? Is there,
So page 6.
they're concerned that they can't hear us on Zoom.
Yes. We are not on mute. The video is on.
Can people on Zoom hear us now? Raise your hand if you're on Zoom and you can hear us.
Okay. That, they are
Okay.
good now.
See if people can hear.
They can all lower their hands now.
Counselor Bottomley, can you try checking in again?
Counselor Bottomley, we cannot hear you. We can still not hear you. Yes? The recommendation is, Counselor Bottomley, that you check your Chromebook on the right-hand side to turn your volume up.
Did
you restart your
We have
router?
lots of people making comments in the chat box. Can we not have comments in the chat box?
Yes, folks, we're not allowed to use comments in the chat box. That's not available for the public record, so that would be a violation of open meeting law. People are allowed to use the chat box if they want to enter their name and their address to speak during public comment, but that's our only exception. Yes, Councilor Ricketts?
I know that you wanted to suspend the order. Could you tell me why we're doing, like, what is the new order?
Yes, so we have a vacancy in Precinct 1. We haven't actually voted to suspend the rules of procedure, but this would allow us to appoint someone to that vacancy, and then they could join us at the table tonight.
All right, so we're going to do that, and then we're going to follow the rest of it in the order that it's listed?
There was another reason someone was talking about suspending the rules of procedure. I believe it was Councilor DeSorger, but I don't know if that's necessary anymore. Okay. So that would be the only thing.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the clarification.
Okay, while we wait on Councilor,
Motion in a second.
yes, while we wait on Councilor Bottomley, we do have a motion and a second. All in favor of suspending the rules of procedure?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, seeing none, we have suspended the rules of procedure. So now I would like to welcome Catherine Golub if she would like to come up and speak. She has been appointed. I made the recommendation to committee chairs at the beginning of the month to appoint her to Precinct 1, so she was going to address us, and then we will vote on whether or not to appoint her.
You can always just put it on the table.
Mike's
Is your
off.
mic?
Is on now? Great, okay. So I had prepared public comment. Is this the time to share it? Okay. Good evening. I am really grateful for this opportunity to speak to each of you tonight. And as I'm sure you know, the first item on the agenda is a motion to appoint me to Precinct 1 Counselor. And I am really delighted to have the recommendation of committee chairs. And I imagine that this might be a difficult decision for some of you, choosing who will represent a different precinct than your own in our town. And for some of you who are still struggling to make up your minds, I want to introduce myself to you a bit and to share why I hope that you will appoint me. When Sheila first reached out to me to let me know about the opening, I said no. I see how much work that each of you puts into your roles, and sometimes how little respect that you receive for the work that you're doing and for voting in the way that you might believe is the right thing to do. And I have a teenager. I run a full-time business as an executive and business coach, and I was finishing a manuscript for my book when Sheila reached out to me. And so I reached out to others who I thought would do a good job, and they said no. So I took a few weeks to reflect on the decision and what I thought was the right thing to do. And in the personal transformation world in which I work, a lot of people say we shouldn't use the word should. And I disagree with that. And one of my strongest held values is responsibility and obligation to my community. And I believe that sometimes there are certain things that we should do, even if it's really uncomfortable. And so I finally decided that even though being a counselor would be a sacrifice, as I'm sure that each of you can agree, I believe that it is my responsibility to represent my neighbors and to work toward the Greenfield that I know is possible. All humans have three fundamental needs: safety, belonging, and dignity. And I imagine a Greenfield in which every single person in this room, every single person in our town, white, black, gay, straight, able-bodied, disabled, everyone has these needs for safety, belonging, and dignity met. So if you choose to appoint me tonight, I will work hard for a future in which all Greenfielders experience a deep and real sense of safety, belonging, and dignity. My clients my coaching clients pay me to ask good questions and to listen well. And although I do tend to the more progressive side of the aisle, if elected, my priority will be to listen deeply to my constituents and to do my best to represent their interests. With that, I humbly ask for your vote tonight. And on behalf of my neighbors, I'm not sure if I should say this, this is part of my public comment, but on behalf of my neighbors and hopefully my future constituents in Precinct 1, I also ask you to please vote yes on the zoning ordinance amendment. Is that out of, no, okay. Then I'll rescind that. But thank you for your vote and your time, whatever you decide to do tonight, and it would be an honor to join you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have any discussion from councilors? Yes, Councilor Ricketts.
Yes, I want to thank you for stepping up, and also Dave Lanoy, who put his name forward. And I'm glad with everything going on that people are still interested, and they did want to come sit at the table, because I think it's a big deal to sit here and to serve this community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Lapinski.
I have a procedural question.
Go ahead.
How does the voting work on this? Is it that we have to reach a certain threshold of no votes or a certain threshold of yes votes in order to confirm?
8 yeses, correct?
So it's two-thirds vote of the council, which would be 9 members of the council would have to vote yes.
Yes, so 2/3 of the council would have to vote yes. Well, 2/3 of the council present, correct?
I believe so. I just grabbed the charter. Sorry.
Did I bring the, no, I didn't bring the charter, did I? Yes, I did.
Because it's not Shannon.
I'm not sure.
No,
That's
sorry.
Scoot it down. I believe it was two-thirds of the council present.
Are we counting Councilor Bottomley? Is he still able to
I
participate?
don't know if he's able to or not. He is logged back in. You can ask him if he.
Councilor Bottomley, can you hear us? I see your lips moving, but it doesn't, I don't hear you.
Okay.
Would you be able to call in? Okay, I can actually see him speaking in the subtitles, but I can't hear him speaking.
Two-thirds of the councilors present.
Okay,
That would be 8, I believe. It all depends on if we're able to find John. So how many are there here?
so 1, 2.
10. So 10 would be 7,
Yeah,
not including John because he is,
if John's here, would it change to 8?
it would still be 7 because 11,
Okay.
two-thirds of 11.
Okay, so whether John can participate or not, it would still be 7 affirmative votes.
But we can't hear him and the public can't hear him.
Right. So I can't hear him and the public can't hear him, so I don't think we can record his vote if I can't hear his vote. I asked him if he would call in.
So who has a phone that he can call?
I mean, there's a number for Zoom.
Is there?
Yep,
Okay.
these ones here.
Okay.
Yes, Councilor Ricketts?
Can I make a motion to call the question?
If there is no other discussion, then yes, we can call the question. I think we're just trying to help Councilor Bottomley solve his
Do we have 7
technical
without him?
problems. Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the motion?
We need to make a motion.
I thought we made the motion.
No, someone needs to make the motion to appoint.
Oh, I need someone to make the motion to make the appointment, and that's on page 6.
I'll make the motion to make the appointment of Catherine Golub to City Council.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Ricketts?
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, any discussion on the motion?
No.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Keep your hands up, please.
Question or voting the candidate?
We haven't called the question.
Voting.
Voting the candidate.
Voting the candidate.
Vote in it.
Yes, is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Yes.
Ask them
You wanna
to
try
keep
again?
their hands up.
Okay, all in favor, please keep your hands up.
Thank you. I just wanted to do it before
Okay,
the weekend.
any opposed? One opposed.
Does the president wish to vote?
I'll vote yes. Any abstentions? No abstentions. All right, thank you very much. And
Thank you,
can come.
counselors. So, do I come up here now?
Kathy is going to swear you in first.
Whichever's easier for you. Okay, great. Mic. Oh.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. I, Catherine Goldberg. Do solemnly swear. That I will faithfully and impartially. And to the best of my ability. Perform the duties of the office. To which I have been appointed. In accordance with the ordinances. And the charter of the city of Greenfield. The Constitution and general laws. Of the Commonwealth. And the Constitution of the United States.
Going to take a moment. I'm trying to text this phone number to Counselor Bottomley, and we're going to take a moment for Counselor Gullip to take her seat.
By the way, Chris and Penny, I appreciate that my style is rubbing off on these meetings.
What style? Oh,
We're growing in numbers.
it's the hippie days.
Okay, so next we're going to move on to approval of minutes. We have none. Next is communications from Superintendent of Schools and School Committee, which I saw they sent an email today, so they are not going to be present. Okay, then we have communications from the mayor, city officers, and employees.
Good evening, counselors, and welcome, Counselor Golub. Thank you for taking on this big job. And welcome to all of the folks behind us. So I'm going to yield my time primarily tonight in favor of getting on with public comment and our invited guest and your lengthy agenda. But I do want to address 2 items on your agenda, however, briefly. First, I want to speak in favor of beginning the process to adopt a zoning amendment on cannabis cultivation. I do want you to work with the planning board and the ZBA on making sure that you have a zoning bylaw that they can enforce, because they need to. So, but I do hope that you do some good work on that, and I'm certainly willing to help in any way that I can. So appreciate that you're willing to take this on. Next item on the agenda that I wanted to address is the financial order under first reading that asks for appropriation rather from stabilization to fund an independent audit of the City of Greenfield's police department structure, policies, and practices. I strongly believe that this is one of many steps forward that we can all take in seeking the accountability from our police department that so many people are asking for. We hear a lot of people with opinions, but this is our opportunity to have an independent body that is experienced in examining police departments and look at our department in particular and its inner workings, while also seeking input from the community. It is a way to make sure that the culture of the police department is not racially biased, and to help strengthen the department's resolve to foster racial justice and equity internally and externally. It's a way to make sure that the culture of the police department is not racially biased. With racial bias, discrimination, and gender equity as its primary rationale driving the audit, it will cover organizational structure and governance, operating policies and procedures, department culture, hiring and promotional practices, professional standards, and accountability, budgeting, and planning. Our search will be done as a competitive bid process under Mass General Law. And those are Mass General Law governing procurement. I won't take any questions at this time on this matter, but I'm happy to take questions on this order when you get to it tonight, if you get to it. And of course, I'm always available to provide you with any information or ask any questions or just simply talk to you about it. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any counselors who have questions? Counselor Mayo and then Counselor Lapinski.
Mayor,
Yes.
will you to the mayor?
Yes, put your mic on, please.
Mayor, why don't you stay up here until Counselor's So I have a comment to the mayor I'd like to make.
In the interest of time, I decline to take some questions right at this time.
Okay.
That's fine, but counselors still have...
This is not a question, this is a comment. Mayor, I truly cannot relate to you in civil terms how completely disappointed I and many others have been at your inaction over racial discrimination from the top down in the Greenfield Police Department. The least you could have done was to fire those found guilty of discrimination. Those 2 salaries alone would have accounted for almost $350,000. This is more than 75% of what the council voted to take away from the GPD budget, a percentage not out of line with cuts made to other departments. The overwhelming majority of contact I have had from citizens of Greenfield has been to correct the discrimination at the police department ASAP by firing the 2 guilty parties and to hire an independent group of investigators, including people from Greenfield, to institute new guidelines for the GDP. Because of your inaction and the acting police chief being having thrown the council under the bus, you find yourself incapable of fulfilling your duties, and you should resign. That's my comment. And I truly believe you should resign.
Okay. I'm going to ask folks to hold their applause because we have a long agenda ahead of us. Counselor Lepiansky, I had you next.
Yeah, so this is my comment. Oh, is it not close enough? How about now? That good? No? Is my mic working now? Okay. No. How about now? Okay. So my comment for the mayor is basically this, that I have only had one conversation with the mayor, and that was before she took office. So I don't have anything personally against the mayor. I speak only with regard to policies, and I just want to say that to the mayor, to the council, to the public, for everything we discussed tonight. I am not going to speak to anything with regards to the mayor except for specific things that the mayor has or has not done.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Okay. Next, I have communications from city employees as needed and by invitation. And we have Daniel Yalowitz from the Human Rights Commission. And I don't know if you had any of your colleagues that were going to join us as well. I don't see him. Did you want to come forward so you can speak with us?
I hope you can hear me. Okay. So my name is Daniel Yalowitz. I live in Greenfield. And I want to come to my closing point first off. It sounds like a campaign slogan of sorts, but it gets right to the heart of who we are and what works best. I want to talk about working better together. All of the many and disparate elements of our city governance and bodies work better together, but we've not been doing this as effectively and efficiently as we could and we should. When and how often does my Greenfield Human Rights Commission sit down with the school committee or our city council to work through all of the issues and all of the questions we share in common for the betterment of our residents, citizens, and workers in our community? We should be doing this, and we should move forward on it, and the result will be that we can work better together. I think we all need to learn better how to communicate both expressively and receptively, to be able to talk about and talk through conflict and disagreement without sullying one another and without denigrating the other side. This is an ongoing learning, and we need to get better at it, all of us, regardless of our title, our status, and stature, whether we work in City Hall, serve on a city commission or committee, work in town, and live and hang out anywhere in Greenfield. This is true of all of us. I call it intercultural communication, and it is not something any of us learned in school. It's the practice of living life well 24/7. I serve as the current chair of the Greenfield Human Rights Commission and have been a voting member of this body for the past 3 years. Some of you know that we have been making strong strides to be more active in supporting the human and humane rights of all who live and work in Greenfield. What is most needed at this critical time in our city's history, as I see it, are the following. Working better together, all of us. We need to create the time and the space to listen to one another. And to do this, we need to do something even more important. We need to demonstrate daily that we respect and we care for one another, even if, and especially when, there is disagreement and fallout. Becoming defensive, reactive, resorting to name-calling and histrionics, none of this works, and all of it makes things worse. Let's build and smooth the pathways for showing we care each and every day, and especially when things are tough. That's when it matters most. Relationships are what matter most. 2, we need to collaborate across our various units, divisions, departments, job titles. That means sometimes swallowing our pride and our ego and seeing ourselves as peers and connectors to one another, and at least seeking to find common ground. Collaboration takes cooperation to a higher level. It's work, and it's hard work to do so, but if we don't, we'll never get better together. Reach out and make new ways of relating to one another through compassionate and active listening, first and foremost. 3, we need to seek out new ways to engage those who are or have systematically felt disengaged, excluded, and marginalized as individuals and groups from throughout all sectors and cohorts of our community. For example, how do we populate all of our boards, committees, and commissions with a diverse array of our residents across and beyond all of our divides? Northampton's City Council is studying this. They understand that not everyone is able to volunteer their hours of time each week for free because their primary needs are to survive. And volunteers are never compensated financially for their time, their efforts, and their care. Greenfield needs to address and bridge this income volunteer gap on a city and systemic level, and to my understanding, this has never been done. Everyone and anyone who wishes and is concerned should have equal opportunity to volunteer their time, their skills and experience, and their energies to make Greenfield great. Let's start now. 4, we need leadership in our city at all levels that demonstrates the critical skills of excellent listening, compassion, non-defensiveness, empathy, perspective taking, and honesty. To make these changes as we seek to make them, whether in terms of public safety, human rights, education, affordable housing, and of course there are many more, we have to be willing to take risks, to reach across previously uncrossable divides, and to forge new connections that we've perhaps been afraid of or ignorant about. I want to see our Human Rights Commission, given its broad purview, have opportunities to continue to educate our citizens, research and investigate issues of concern and harm and wrongdoing, and follow up with strong, active recommendations for reforming our ways of being and doing in this city. We have many restrictions and limitations placed on us by the Commonwealth's open meeting laws, but we nevertheless seek to be open, transparent, and receptive to all of our citizens, residents, workers, and people of all ages in all of our glorious diversity. We should not be held back when we care most passionately about doing the right thing for people who we judge have been wronged. We wish to work closely with you all as the City Council and the many other committees and commissions in town to build and rebuild better together. The GHRC exists to serve and to educate, to protect and support everyone in our city. We ask for everyone's input, insights, and contributions so that we can build a stronger, more unified, and more caring city together. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, if you would stay, I was hoping if counselors had questions for you, we could have a little bit of a back and forth. Counselor Ricketts?
Just a point of order. I thought this was the time for like the city departments. This is one of our commissions.
I don't see how there's a very big difference. I mean, this is an issue that's been,
No, it's just the Human Rights Commission. He just wanted to speak with us, but why are we doing this at a council meeting tonight on a very full agenda? We could come to a meeting, or we could have gotten this in writing. I mean, it's fine, I just didn't know we were gonna have a conversation with the Human Rights Department tonight.
We discussed the chairs that we wanted to start having this conversation, and we're going to have several conversations on this topic in the coming months. This isn't something that's going to be just one and done and then we fix it. So,
That's fine.
yes, Councilor Toronto.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for your comments. I think it's very apropos. It was something that's been on my mind for this last month, especially. Also part of the reason why I decided to run for this seat is, you said it much more eloquent than I'm going to with a nice prepared speech, but my idea was similar to that and I would implore, especially after this last month, the executive branch, the police department, fellow counselors, members of the public. It's been nasty. It's been absolutely nasty, and I think that all parties in this have been guilty of that to some degree or another. And it's sad. It's sad that we can't have a more civil discussion. As you were saying, there's so much finger pointing. There's so much misinformation. There's if people, I implore, you know, I hate social media, first of all, I'll say that. I think it's terrible. I think it's ruining our society, and I think it makes everything worse. Bad news is clickbait. I would also implore the media, our regular, traditional media, to do a little bit of a better job to report fairly and not be so persuaded by what's gonna grab with headlines and sow more division into every single, and it's not just them, people on social media do the same thing, sowing division on every single topic, that we can't even have a simple discussion about how to get things done in our own city. We're taking national feelings and bottling them down and funneling them into our city and dividing it ridiculously. And strangely enough, ironically enough, pot is what seems to be uniting the town. Or the lack of wanting pot alone has now united so many people that I've seen argue for months and years over some ridiculous things. And I don't know, just maybe like, I implore people to take a few minutes, take a deep breath and think about something like that, how you never know what's gonna unite people. And maybe just not jump into the immediate conclusion or what you thought your first thought was. And as you were talking about is open a channel for a real discussion. Open your mind to, there might be something to learn, even if it's from somebody that you disagree with on almost everything. There might just be something new you learn if you have a conversation and you keep a cool head about it. But sorry, yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
If I can just add one thing to what you're saying, Counselor. There's one question that I think has been noticeably absent from these conversations across all groups. It's a 3-word question, and it's the most profound of all because it gets the conversation going underneath the headlines. And I wish people would use it. And the question is there more? Is there more? Because we don't always know everything, and anything that we know is as of a given moment. But it's only by asking that question that we can get underneath the surface and at the same time share our empathy and our caring. If we don't ask that question, then we're going to be basing our statements on assumptions that were already made before anything was said. So I want to implore people to think about that as practice. Is there more?
Okay, very quickly, if counselors aren't speaking, if you could turn your microphones off. So green is go, red is stop. And people, if people are commenting in the chat, that is not part of the public record, so that's a violation of open meeting law. So please don't use the chat in Zoom. I also want to check with Counselor Bottomley. It looks like he might have been able to join us now. I still can't hear you. If you could try calling in to the number that I sent you, you should have the passcode and the meeting ID in there too. I can see your subtitles. I don't know why it's working either. But if you could try to call in so that you could participate, I would appreciate it. All right, so were there any other counselors who had questions about the Human Rights Commission? Yes, Counselor Lapinski.
Am I allowed to ask questions about the general matter that I want to ask his opinion on?
As long as we can keep it an open session, then yes.
Oh, I'm not going to ask
So it won't be
any-
about litigation.
No, it's not about
That'd be great.
litigation. I hadn't even thought of that. So I had a couple of questions in my mind that I tried to ask the acting chief last month, and the chair didn't let me. But I figured I'd pose them to you, since you seem to be leading the philosophical side of this. As you may know, last month I told the story about when the Greenfield police broke into my house. And the question that's been on my mind since then is, who do you call when the police break into your house? I'm wondering your thoughts on that.
Well, it's a tricky one, nothing like being on the spot. I would say, on the one hand, that that's a personnel matter. There's a couple of different responses I want to offer. That's a personnel matter, and that would go, I believe, directly to, or as I understand it, it would go to the mayor for deliberation from other bodies. I'm not an expert, and I'm not a lawyer. As far as making a complaint, there are forms, they've been published, and they're available both electronically and in person from City Hall that we can explore, we can investigate. Once any citizen makes a complaint of wrongdoing or harm, that allows us then to explore and investigate and sort through what those options are.
That wasn't really the question I was asking. If, for example, you broke into my house, I might call the police, and I'd say, someone's breaking into my house, and they would show up, at least theoretically, and stop you. So my question was, it's 11 o'clock at night in the middle of winter, and the police are breaking into my house. They don't have a warrant, which in that case they didn't. They didn't even have any evidence. But, and I also wasn't home at the time.
Yeah,
But,
I was
Applicability?
I was going to say, I don't know if the chair of the Human Rights Commission is really in a position to answer a question like that.
Well, I was thinking
I
philosophically.
mean, I just don't think that's part of his role. But more specifically about human rights and the sort of work that his commission is doing, and the way that work can dovetail with what we're trying to do.
Well,
We're all
so-
trying to find an answer to move forward. And instead of reinventing the wheel, we've got this commission with some dedicated volunteers who've been working on these issues, some of them for a longer time than others. This is a chance for us to sort of pick his brain and see
Well, that's what I'm doing.
what can, well, I mean, you can pick his brain philosophically, at some other time, but I think during a public meeting, like, debating them, I mean,
Wait,
any
so-
answer he gave you would be non-binding, so.
No, it's somewhat of a rhetorical question, but I think it is worth our community thinking about, because we have a society that's set up under the assumption that the police always act in good faith, and they usually do, but when they don't, we just have no idea what to do. And I think
So-
that's what a lot of this is about.
I would say if you hold that thought, we have a discussion coming up later about bullying and social media, and I think that might be a better topic there.
Okay, then I misunderstood. I thought that
No,
was
that's-
this discussion.
No, that's fine. This
Where
is
is that
to
in
talk about how we can move forward as a community.
Wait, so
it's-
where is the discussion about?
That should be later in the agenda. I think it might be under new business. Yes, it's on page 3. Yes, Counselor Ricketts.
Yes, we do have a public safety commission, so we do have some place that counselor can go to. Thank you.
Okay, did anyone else have any questions for the Human Rights Commission specific to their work? I know this is, yes, Counselor Golub?
So I'm new here, so I'm just learning, and this may not be the time for the question, but There are a couple of questions that I'm holding. And one is, I'm just curious what the Human Rights Commission does. That would be great to hear. I don't know if I could name a couple of other questions, but I hear the request for collaboration, and I'm curious what the proposals would be for how we might work together, and what next steps in that direction might be. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's wonderful.
Well, thank you for the question. It gives us a chance to kind of get to know each other. Largely, I think over the last several years, at least while I've been a commissioner with the GRC, we haven't had much of a profile. And it's been underground. We've been learning how to do the work and trying to codify what it is that we do. And we rebuilt our vision and our mission statements earlier this year for the first time in a couple of decades. And I think first and foremost is that we see ourselves as a public body composed of everyday folks from Greenfield who are committed to educating the community, bringing in speakers, using our own expertise and experience. Last week, many of you may know that we did a public and virtual speak out with a panel on the nature gap and environmental justice, just as an example. We hope to be able to bring issues of human rights to the community proactively, and we hope also to be able to respond to instances of wrongdoing and harm where people believe that their human rights were abrogated, and do the necessary research and investigation, such as we are allowed to under our purview, and then report back. We report directly to the mayor, and so, of course, any recommendations we would make would go to her. And so we really want to support the community in making sure that everyone counts, and that, I know it sounds contrite, but no one is left behind. And that can take the form of speaking truth to power at times. It can take the form of trying to help people find their voice when necessary. But we are really here, as much as any commission or committee, to support the people of the city. And whatever form that takes, we want to be able to be available to folks. And I should also say we've had difficulty filling our quota of 9 commissioners, and that's one of the concerns that we have. Why is it so difficult to find people to volunteer, and why is it so difficult to create a commission that looks like the city itself? And we are working hard on that with the mayor and in our own regard to try to build a Human Rights Commission that is strong, that is active, that is engaged, and that cares about the rights of our folks. I hope that that's a good boilerplate.
Thank you. Councilor Golub, I'm going to come back to you, but we think maybe Councilor Bottomley might be able to hear and speak now. No, I'm not getting anything. I do see the subtitles still. If you try dialing in, I'll call on you again, and we're going to try. We want to hear your voice tonight. Yes, Councilor Golub, did you have follow-up questions that you wanted to ask?
No, I'm complete. Thank you.
Okay. Was there anyone else who wanted to take part in the discussion? Yes, Councilor Healy.
How you doing? I'd like to thank you for your time. I think what you do in this community is important. And I'd like to emphasize the fact that, Human Rights Commission, right? Police officers are humans. I want people to look at them that way. I think they're getting a bad reflection in society right now, but they are humans. And we talked about being open-minded. I'd ask everybody to look at each officer in this world and look at their personal life and the things we're doing to them right now, because I think we're punishing a lot of good officers. And I regret my decision in the last vote, and I'm going to be honest with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Is there anybody else who wants? Folks, please hold your applause until the end so that we can get through our agenda. If there's anybody else who has any questions or comments for the Human Rights Committee, yes, Councilor Lapinski.
My only comment is it's just as hard to find people willing to serve on council. So it is not simply the so-called volunteer positions. It's, the next step is that we can't find anyone to be mayor. So I don't know what we're going to do, but we really need a lot of the people in this room to, over time, step up and fill these positions, run for office. Regardless of their position, we need people doing this. I don't want to be on here for the rest of my life.
If I could just speak to that, I appreciate that, and I wasn't meaning to single out any commission or committee. I think one of the things that would probably help a lot is if people could feel that if they joined any commission or committee, they would be embraced and respected, both by the public and by their peers. And I think Councilor Toronzo said this earlier, that one of the ways to do that is to be more humane with one another and respectful. I'm not saying that there's any disrespect here, I wouldn't know. But in general, I think people want to be part of something that is productive and human and humane and positive. And the better we're able to get at doing that and practicing the skills that we have and refining those that we might be weak in, the more welcome people might be. That would be where I sit.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Okay, before I let you go, I just wanted to say thank you because I know that you're doing really important work. And I think that it's so ambiguous because it's hard to tell if you're accomplishing your goals. Do people feel more respected in the community today than they did when you first stepped into the role? It's hard to sort of measure and quantify. And I recognize that your commission also doesn't have the ability to, create an ordinance. You don't get any input into the budget. You don't help us with zoning. So it feels like in a lot of ways it's limited. And I would like for us to work more closely together so we don't have these siloed sort of, representatives in town just doing their own siloed work. But if there's something that the city council can help and we can work together on some of these things. I know we're going to be calling on you a lot in the next couple of months while we're working our way through some stuff. So I'm glad we got a chance to sort of introduce ourselves and get to meet you. And yes, so thank you for being here.
Thank you all. I know you'll probably hear from some of our other commissioners tonight as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, next I have public comment. So we're gonna check one more sheet. So while she is grabbing that, I wanna remind folks that the city council is not able to adjust the budget at this point. That had to be in by the end of May. That deadline has passed. So there's nothing, we have no legal mechanism to do that. We have a lot of folks, so I'm gonna limit it to 2 minutes tonight. And the first person I have is Jeff Bankston from Barton Road. If you could come up and just say your name and your address for the record. The next person I have after that, just so you're ready, and I'm sorry if I pronounced this wrong, Kaidra Jacobs? Kaidra? You would be next after him.
Evening, folks. My name is Jeff Bankston. I live on Barton Road in Greenfield. I believe that's your precinct. Welcome. I had a speech planned. It was going to be 3 minutes, so I'm going to roll like I do here. I've been an attorney since 2006, focusing on criminal justice. I've been a prosecutor at my own practice, and now, pardon me?
Mic is on, but
I think you just need to move closer.
Move a little closer? Sure.
you can hold it.
Can I hold it? I can. All right, perfect. Never done this before, but we'll try it. I am a citizen of Greenfield. I coach youth sports, and I am an employee at the city police department. I've worked there for 7 years now. I've been a prosecutor. I've held my own practice. I come here today to suggest to you the decision to cut a budget for purely punitive reasons, not financial, is not only wrong, but it's negligent. Just how negligent we'll see when the first life is lost. Rest assured, your decision here will cost lives. I'm in a unique position where I get to watch these officers daily. I'm also in a unique position where I can see AMR when they go to calls. Unresponsive people, people trapped in cars. They get there first, hands down. They are in life-saving procedures before AMR sometimes even gets dispatched. That's just the way AMR is. They're responsive. They're not proactive. Our people know where to be. Officer Merrigan a few years ago, He's the canine you want to take away. Based on his familiarity with town and the surrounding towns, he got to a drowning boy before anybody else could. Other officers with him, that boy is alive and well today because of the actions of officers. I understand there's some anger, there's some hate, there's political ideology in this town. Do not take it out on the younger officers. To get rid of special units, I can tell you I've been a prosecutor, defense attorney, worked in law enforcement. Little Allison isn't going to come up to a fully uniformed officer on the street and say how Uncle Jay's been sexually assaulting her for the last 5 months. That's not how it works with kids. You need detectives. You need specially trained individuals to speak with little Allison. And it happens more often than you guys want to know. Trust me on that. During COVID, when everyone was hiding behind keyboards, these officers were out there putting their health on the lines, their family health on the line, to help save lives and to protect this community. And this is the thanks you guys gave them. Councilor Lapinski, I find your comments quoted in the media regarding this to be highly unprofessional, misguided, and contradictory to your role as a city leader.
Okay,
I
that's
think your 2 minutes are
2
up.
minutes. Sorry. Next, I have Kydra Jacobs, then I have Ruben Mercado. Can we get your name and your address for the record, please?
My name is Kydra Jacobs, and I am a Turners Falls resident. Do you need the full address?
If you're in Turner's Falls, I would have to ask you if you could wait to the end. We have Greenfield residents speak first.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Ruben Mercado.
Yeah, I'll speak up from Northampton. So if you want
Okay, and then I have Tim Farrell, and then I think this says, is it Christine Tyler? Yes. Okay, Tim Farrell and Christine Tyler.
Is there any way, since she's with her baby, that I could yield my time and come back after her, or because she has a...
If there's no objection, I would be willing to make an exception. Typically, we allow Greenfield residents to speak first. If there are no objections, I would be fine with that. Okay, please.
And he's doing so well, I just have to say. He really is. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Back up a bit, because this is like hurting my ears. So I'm not sure how long my speech is, but I'll try to make it as quick as possible. I'm Kydra Jacobs. I am the Community Engagement and Programs Associate with the Communities That Care Coalition at the Franklin Regional Council of Government. And I can say that I owe my position and my very fancy title in part to the work that I've done with Chief Hague. At the beginning of my career, I was just one of very few Black people in an area working in a predominantly white institution, experiencing microaggressions and blatant racism on a daily basis. I began holding conversations at the co-op to hopefully build the capacity of the racial experience in Franklin County. When I approached Chief Hague to host a public forum to talk about how to combat police brutality in the community, he was 100% on board. The conversation was a huge success, and we started a lasting connection of police and community. At every step of my career, I have reached out to Chief Hague for support in showing that our relationship like ours, it can be beneficial to the whole community. Since then, he has sat and been interviewed for my podcast at GCTV, was a guest on the panel of the movie screening for Virtually Free, and is continuously working with Tracy Talbert on the community assessment of the racial experience in Franklin County. As a Black woman and the mother of 4 sons and 3 Black brothers in this community, I have grown confident in the leadership of Chief Hague. In no way is he perfect, but his dedication to learn the things that he does not know and to make the changes necessary to the system he leads has been inspiring. I do not feel comfortable raising Black children where the Chief of Police has not shown this level of commitment. In closing, I do not care for the police. There is a song called by NWA, you can Google it. I do not have the privilege to stand here in a crowd and point fingers and make demands. I show up and do the work because I have to.
Thank you very much. Okay, next I have Tim Farrell and then Christine Tyler.
I'm Tim Farrell, I'm from Greenfield. Some of you may know me, I've sat on the city council, I was a selectman, I was also a member of the school committee. Currently, I am chair of GSET and the building committee for the library. I wanted to come here, and I'm not going to get into the budget discussion too much because I do understand budgeting process, having been through it probably more than anyone in this room, unfortunately. Maybe Chris has been there. But I came in after, came onto the council when Chris Forgy became the mayor. So I do understand the process. So what I would ask is, because I do not support the cuts that were done, I do believe they were knee reaction cuts. It's not how the process is supposed to work. You're supposed to come up with an understanding from the council, an understanding from the mayor, bring it forward with a lot of public discussion. I didn't see that for this particular cut. I personally have, had I been a member of the council, would not have agreed to any compromise because I don't think it made any sense. So I'd ask that you support any supplemental that might come forward or any funding ideas and restore the dollars that were cut. With regards to the lawsuit, more than likely the insurance company wanting to get a retrial, is that any decision that this council makes and any decision that the council makes in the newspaper, in the media, on the radio, will impact whether or not an insurance company will stay on that claim. Let me tell you, at 28 years in insurance, don't give an insurance company a reason to walk away because they will take it. And I have seen comments made in the media from counselors that will give them that reason. This resolution that's on tonight would give them that reason because they would say the city doesn't support going forward with having this appeal. That would cost the city millions and no insurance company is going to pay that. We will also see from slanderous remarks that have no backup, we will probably see lawsuits come forward. And those, again, will be an insurance company. Whether or not they will back up the city remains to be seen. So I urge you to vote no on the resolution.
Thank you. Next, I have Christine Tyler. After Christine Tyler, I have Ann Hassett.
God, I hope my legs get me to the chair. I'm not a public speaker by any means. Hi, Pam. Okay, my name is Christine Tyler. We've established that. And I live at 463 Country Club Road. I've lived in my home for 50 years and in Greenfield all my entire life, which makes me 71 and still walking and moving. I have enjoyed the luxury, thank you. I have enjoyed the luxury of being able to be outside all summer to garden, swim, or just sit around and visit with friends if I have any. And then this could all be changed if Greenfield allows this large outdoor marijuana grow, which is right smack dab across the street from me. It is so upsetting. I'm not going to sit here and whine about it and cry because I've done that every day. But first, I would like to thank all the counselors for your attentiveness to the proposed marijuana cultivations proposed for 446 Country Club Road. I am here tonight to ask that the council, and my husband's here too, I am here tonight to ask that the council votes to approve the recommendation from the Economic Development Committee to reimpose the Tier 1 5,000 square feet dimensional limit on outdoor cultivations that it adopted on June 2018 and pass a limit of 15,000 square feet on the total for all licenses on a single property. This is not just for our neighborhood, but for all Greenfield residents. We all need to gather together because we all have the right to live without an unreasonable interference with the use and enjoyment of our homes. I know this was not the intent of the council. I wouldn't want your job for nothing. I've said that 100 times. You have all, thank you for being my counselor now. Thank you for coming to my house and driving up to the neighborhood. Thank you, Christine. You were amazing last night. To all of you who have given us time and understanding and empathy, thank you. I'm done. And you know what? Because it's Pride Month, it's kind of silly, but I think it would be nice to end asking for all of us to be a rainbow in someone's cloud. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, she was lovely, but please let's hold the applause. Next, I need Ann Hassett, and then after that, we have Ellen Thompson.
Good evening. Good evening, council. Good evening, fellow Greenfield residents. Well, that's one off my list. That was the one I was going to do first. So we're going to go on to second for how many, you have to forgive me, how many signatures that we need to put something on, bring something on the ballot or whatever it is. Came up to 900 and something. I think we met in the middle. It was going to be 6 something. I'd like to see it stay at that. It was good for me when it's only 300 and something, but, so how many signatures to get something on the ballot? That was one. The other thing about this 5,000 square feet, this whole thing about the marijuana, I'm not against marijuana and CBD and the things that are really helping people, but I have a serious fear about what's happening with our water supply. And, Colorado River's down to 32%. Utah, Arizona is selling land without any water. We have water here. I'd love to see if somebody proposed maybe we could do an organic farm there and look to that to think it could sustain our community and our surrounding community. What was the other thing I wanted to say? Well, racism, yep. I remember Maya Angelou saying she called her mother because her mother always had some really good, deep spiritual advice. And she said, Mother, what do you think we should do? And she said, honey, you know what to do. Do the right thing. You know what to do. And the other thing about the water and my concern for my community, I used to skinny dip there. Don't tell anybody. Leiden Pond, when I was young, I'd skinny. Now you can't do that. It's our drinking water. But I just think Greta Thunberg, the other people have been bringing up the thing for water. I don't know how much water it takes to run a pot farm, but I'm concerned. And let me just say this one last thing. They didn't believe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're just going to hear just one last thing.
I'm sorry.
They didn't believe in Noah until it started raining. That's all I
Ellen
wanna say.
Thompson,
Thank
if
you
I
very
could
much.
have you approach the microphone, please. After Ellen, I have Sean Thomas. Thank you.
Ellen Thompson in Greenfield. Better? Okay. I guess I was questioning some of the stuff that you're voting on tonight. 50,000 to a legal fund. What kind of crimes are being committed that we have yet to discover? You people are public servants and you should have no need to pay or consult with lawyers. Basically, we the people are paying so that you can hide from accountability. If the people understood the full extent of the theft that's occurring with their money, I think the corporate actors would hide. 30,000 dispatch overtime parking salaries? Why no discussion about the vast amount of water usage by the pot plants? What's going to happen to the water supply to the people who live in that area? We are already told to conserve water. Will the water be conserved by this massive insult to the people of Greenfield? Do the mayor and her cronies have absolutely no regard for the people who pay for everything? You need to stop that project. This is evil to the people who live there. We don't want the same outfit that was supposed to rectify the toxin problem at the former Lunt property. Enough with the cover-ups, ignoring legitimate work that needs to be done in this town. And by the way, this is the town of Greenfield. The only reason these corporate actors call Greenfield a city is so they can access more and more and more of your money in this state, and it all comes from the people. We don't have a government in this town. It's a corporation that serves itself and profits from its money shuffling. They operate according to their corporation bylaws, not the Constitution to which they each took an oath to obey. This needs to stop. There are 29 corporations running this town, and that is not including the foreign interests who have their sticky hands in the pot. Enough of this.
Thank you. Next, I have Sean Thomas, followed by John McGee.
Good evening, I'm Sean Thomas. I'm a Greenfield resident, a recent one, just moved here. And I have a question for the council. I know you can't answer it during this 2-minute session, but What is your involvement regarding the tax and grab scheme that's going on with the city right now? Do you have influence? Do you have some sort of push on Kelly V's office? You know, there's a lot of people who are still on that list and more who are going to be added to that list who are about to lose their homes, some for just a mere few $100s or a few $1,000s. What influence do you have on this? Because it is unethical, it is in bad taste, given the fact that we just went through a 2-year pandemic with lockdowns, leaving not just this town, but every small town across the United States strapped for money. And yet these people are about to now lose their homes. You know, does this have something to do with the fact that the town is in great need of money in order to complete their capital projects, like the library going on right now? Are they going after people's homes because they need to fill their coffers? I know these questions can't be answered now tonight, but could they be answered at some other point in time, please? Because there's a lot of people that are going to suffer because of this. As we all know, Massachusetts has a rule that says not only do they take the home for the taxes that are owed, but for the full value of the home. This would garner a lot of revenue for the city in order to finish those capital programs that they're working on. It just seems very suspect. The timing, how it's being done, the aggressiveness about it. That's what I have to ask. Is there influence from all of you to push back on this for the people of Greenfield?
Okay, thank you. I'm going to... Okay, the next person I have speaking is John McGee, and while you're approaching the mic, I'm going to check one more time with John Bottomley. I would love to hear your voice. Go ahead, John. John's sitting in front of me, I mean.
John McGee, Green Street, Greenfield. Last week, Chief Gordon mentioned something in the Public Safety Commission that really struck me. He mentioned that morale in the department is really low and that officers feel like they've lost community trust. And I want to sort of think through this together if we can. According to the Pew Foundation, police are actually one of the most trusted institutions. The most trusted. About 70% of the public have confidence in the police. It's just right behind the military. So only 31% of people, however, think that departments hold cops accountable when they do wrong. That's a huge difference. Most of the people who trust the police still don't trust them to be accountable for their actions. A lot of people in this town want accountability, and that group is a lot bigger than just the people's budget. These are people who read the court documents and all the misconduct. They were flummoxed when the mayor's first comment on the lawsuit was that Hague would be completely exonerated. They noticed the GPD has not made one peep about known wrongdoing, not even a general apology. They see the police unions lining up to sue our city. They see the manipulative Facebook posts and the rage in the comments. Maybe they noticed the previous budget sessions when Chief Hague copped an attitude whenever councilors questioned big budget requests with little justification. They remember the Confederate flag incident in 2015. These are the people whose trust has to be won back. I don't think people believe cops can be perfect, but they expect accountability when they do wrong. Thank you, city councilors, for understanding this. I hope the mayor and GPD can come along soon, because if we're going to have a police department, they need legitimacy. You don't get legitimacy by catering to that small group of people who, despite all the evidence, think that cops hold themselves accountable.
Thank you. Next I have Benjamin Meyer and then Susan White.
This never gets any easier. Benjamin Meyer, 284 Chapman Street. The Greenfield Police Department deserves to be congratulated for its expertise in misdirecting the public from the content of the jury verdict, which found Chief Robert Haig guilty of racial discrimination against Officer Patrick Buchanan. They have deliberately sowed ignorance, fear, anger, and division. I feel neither protected nor served by this department, but I hope that they are proud of themselves. People should be reminded of the contents of the court documents supporting the jury's decision. A passage from Plaintiff's motion to amend complaint to assert a constructive discharge claim received by the Hampshire County Superior Court on March 22nd, 2022, describes a scenario where the Greenfield Police Department responded to a possible OUI by entering a woman's home, dragging her from her shower, and calling DCF to see about having her children taken away. When the woman, a nurse at Bay State Hospital, had the gall to complain about this to the police chief, he turned around and called her employer and got her fired from her job. Greenfield's Public Safety Committee failed this woman by refusing to take action on her complaint. This is just one of the abuses outlined in the court documents supporting the case against Chief Haig. As we see here, police officers are given the power to potentially ruin lives. And if they feel it's called for, they have the power to terminate lives. With that power must come accountability. Police must be held to a higher standard than other people. What we see here is an officer behaving with vindictive impunity. And now that a jury has found him guilty of racial discrimination, he gets to take an indefinite paid vacation while the department waits for us to lose interest. The police department and the mayor's office have done worse than break the public trust. They have colluded to distract the citizens from the moral rot in the department, instead turning us against one another with lies and distractions. The loss of confidence in these institutions is the inevitable result of abuse of power, total failure of leadership, and keeping damning facts swept under the rug. Shame on this department, and shame on this mayor's office for undermining our council and making them the target of mob rage.
Thank you. Next, I have Susan White, and while we await her arrival, we're going to check in with Liz Gilman to see if someone on Zoom can speak to us. I can't hear Director Gilman either. Thank you for trying, Liz. Thank you. If I could just get your name and your address for the record.
My name is Susan White, and I live on Plain Road in Greenfield. I work at LifePath in low-income housing. My volunteer service on the Public Safety Commission began last August. I am alarmed by the unintended consequences of the police budget cut. It appears this action was made to address embedded racism. However, I do not understand how this decision provided constructive movement forward. I do have a strong sense the decision has increased risks to our public safety. The beauty of our hills, farms, and rivers do not make us immune from reality. Overdose death rates have tripled. Environmental troubles could cause a devastating tornado. If our part of the electrical grid goes down, it would create havoc for all of us and be deadly for some. Our population is aging, and many of our elders do not have resources. This past week, there was a threat of gun violence in one of our schools. Each of these scenarios would require a robust and skilled response from all of our emergency personnel, police, fire, and AMR EMS. At the same time, we need to address and take responsibility for our part in perpetuating structural racism. When I was a methadone clinic director, I hired an African-American male. Within months of moving here, he was called nigger in the Big Y parking lot, not by a police officer, but by an older white male. 4 months later, it happened again by a young white male. I felt horrified at the level of overt racism present. I was grateful we did not raise our daughter here, as she also has dark skin. I suggest we adopt an attitude of Greenfield reform that includes police reform. I implore you to enact a supplemental
Thank
budget.
you. I'm sorry I have to cut you off.
Restoring
Next,
police budget.
I'm sorry,
cut
I'm
by
limiting
50%.
everyone.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Al Collins is next, then I have Wendy, Goodman, and then Carl Meyer.
Yes, Al Collins, Country Club Road here in town. Christine, I can't top yours. We scribbled down something now. Good evening, and I'd like to thank all of you for listening to us about our plight up on Country Club Road. And this 300,000 square foot grow would just destroy our quality of life up there. And I think I've probably spoke to each one of you probably more than you wanted to hear. But, and the neighbors feel like they've been thrown under the bus. I mean, we were blindsided. We didn't know that they had signed this HCA. We weren't pre-warned that they were doing any of this. And now we're faced with spending hours and hours of cleaning up a mess horrendous mess that this has created. So we need to have that Tier 1 reinstated, and prior to any moratorium or anything that's put onto it, but we need that put in place first. And then the moratorium will give us plenty of time to address the other issues. We want the Tier 1 in with the 15,000 maximum for 3 of them, each one being 5,000 limit, and like say the water, the setbacks, all those other issues can be addressed during that 1-year moratorium that we'll get later on, but we have to have this first. So I think we're all on the same page, if we're not, and hopefully we are. And I thank you very much for listening to me and the rest of us in regards to this issue, and we really do need your help, really do. So thank you very much.
Perfect timing. Next, I have Wendy Goodman and then Carl Meyer.
Good evening. I'm Wendy Goodman, 529 Green River Road. I wrote a whole thing to talk to, and I'm not even sure I'm going to read it. I guess I will. There's so much that I want to say, and I just really want to thank you guys for stepping into this. This is a really hard time in our city. It's a hard time in our country. And I really feel like we're being called to step in and step up differently than we have done in the past. So let me begin by saying that I support the very difficult decision the council has made to cut the budget of our police force. I believe it was the only tool available to you to address the issues of huge spending in a department that has also demonstrated serious cultural issues. Cutting the money is a way to
I'm sorry, could you speak into the microphone? People at home are having trouble.
Sure.
Thank you.
Cutting the money is a way to shine the light on and take action to remedy long-standing problems in our police department. Unfortunately, the conversation and thus the reasoning was conflagrated with the jury decision that racial bias exists in our police force. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is an opportunity to address public safety in the 21st century. The verdict led to a more in-depth exposure of where the money is spent and how we compare to other similar communities. Questions no longer whether or not there's racism in our PD, in our community, something that everyone I've spoken with has stated has been an issue in Greenfield for generations. It's not about investigating our police force. To me, it is about reviewing and deciding how we achieve public safety and how we distribute funds to do so. Clearly, some of the results of the budget cut was not what was intended, but we are called to look at our public safety differently. We did a sustainable Greenfield, I'm going off script. We did a sustainable Greenfield investigation years ago, and we've got a map of how to do that. We need to do something similar with public safety. Please, I'm sorry, but I don't need a trained EMT, highly trained policeman to answer a call that says a dog is barking too loud.
I'm sorry, that's time.
Thank you.
But thank you very much. Next, I have Carl Meyer, then I'll have Molly Merritt and Nancy MacGyver.
Carl Meyer, 91 Smith Street. Thanks for the time. I didn't plan on addressing this, but I want to, as a journalist, I want to commend the recorder for the coverage of these issues. Democracy dies in darkness, and I will not stand for attacks on the media. The First Amendment is the one that's most important to me: freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, and freedom of the press. And democracy does die in darkness, so I encourage people to support your local media and journalism. I also want to say that I don't believe in scare tactics or bullying. And racism is the most insidious form of bullying and scare tactics. I hate to see that being done here. The people of Greenfield deserve and want to have confidence in the leadership and rank and file in their police department. I don't think that is there now. The people have spoken in a court of law. That is us. That is the decision. It is most unfortunate that we may lose 3 young officers, but they will be also a casualty of the racism that has plagued the department. Racism works in all directions, in all ways. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. If folks could please hold their applause. Next, I have Molly Merritt, and while we wait for her, I'm being asked one more time to see if anyone from Zoom can speak. Liz Gilman, can you unmute and please speak to us for a moment? I cannot hear you. I can see the subtitles there. I don't hear you. Is there anything else we can do? Okay. So to reboot this would kill the meeting. So unfortunately, those who are participating remotely will be able to listen to us, and apparently they can hear each other, but we can't hear them in the room. So I apologize. I don't think we can, I don't think it would be appropriate to take a recess during public comment, but perhaps after public comment ends, if that's an option that IT is willing to do, I would be willing to give them the time to do it. Yes, if you would, thank you. Okay, thank you, Molly, for your patience. After Molly, I'm gonna have Nancy McIver, then Bill Johnston.
So I'm Molly Merritt. I live on Solar Way in Greenfield. So I am here to thank the council for your vote last month to cut the Greenfield Police operating budget. I know that you've faced a lot of pushback, and I want to reiterate that many of us support and appreciate you. I also want to remind the mayor and the acting police chief that this cut was made in light of what was revealed in the Buchanan racial discrimination lawsuit brought against Police Chief Hay and the city of Greenfield. The amount the city council chose to cut from the Greenfield Police Department operating budget reflected the combined salary of Chief Haig and 2 other officers whose misconduct was documented in the lawsuit, McCarthy and Clark. They did not make the cuts because they want 8 junior officers to be let go from the force or because they want to make it difficult for police to respond to emergency calls. They were making a statement acknowledging that we have a problem with racism and misconduct within the Greenfield Police Department and making an attempt towards accountability and action. The mayor called this budget cut irresponsible, but I disagree. The city council was using the limited power that they have to try to remove officers who should not be on the force. What seems irresponsible, reckless, and deeply harmful to Greenfield is keeping these officers employed. It seems to me that the city council made that decision with the desire to make Greenfield more safe. Racial and gender discrimination makes our community unsafe. Displaying the Confederate flag makes people feel unsafe. Officers who repeatedly show up intoxicated on the job make our community unsafe. Officers who kill people driving 80 miles an hour on High Street make us unsafe. These officers should not be on the force or on the payroll. Mayor Wiedegartner, you campaigned on progressive values, including racial justice and making Greenfield a welcoming city for everyone. Why are you defending a police chief who is found guilty of racial discrimination? Why are you not demanding the firing of an officer who displayed a Confederate flag on his property? Does it not bother you that Greenfield has a reputation for racist policing, a reputation that is borne out by GPD's own data and by the findings in the Buchanan court case? The city council is clearly calling for change. Why aren't you?
Thank you. All right, folks, if you could hold your applause. Next, I have Nancy MacGyver, then Bill Johnston, and then Adam Belleville.
Hello, Nancy McIver, Plantation Circle. I don't really have that much to say tonight about the marijuana grow, except for to ask for your support for the change back to a Tier 1 for outdoor marijuana grows. This will help our neighborhood, and it will also help anyone who lives in the city who lives in rural residential. Mostly, though, I want to say a big thank you to all of you who have listened to us and assisted us with this, and just listened. You actually heard us, listened, and helped, and that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next I have Bill Johnston, then Adam Belleville.
Good evening, William Johnston, Verde Drive, Greenfield. Standing in front of you guys again. Same thing, nothing written down, just off the cuff from the heart. Please change the amendment or the marijuana cannabis grow back to Tier 1. From the knowledge that I've gained from learning through word of mouth and other people in the community, it seems like everyone in the community also agrees with this. This affects my neighborhood immensely, but could be any one of the people in this room. I thank you for what you do. You guys do a great job, and thank you much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next I have Adam Belleville, then Mitchell, I'm not sure. Is it? Spate? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adam Belleville. I'm both a resident of Greenfield and one of the 7 or 8 police officers facing the layoffs.
Yes, closer to the mic, please.
Sorry, is that better? Okay. So I live here, work here currently, one of the 8 police officers facing the layoffs. As a resident of Greenfield, I have to say that, I'm sorry if this makes something hilarious out of this, I appreciate that. This is the most irresponsible thing that could have ever happened to cut this many police officers based on a situation that had nothing to do with any of us. I myself came here with 14 years of experience, both in investigations, working in a prosecutor's office as a domestic violence investigator, and working tons and tons of serious cases involving sexual assault of children, as well as vulnerable adults that got hit with both sexual assault and fraud, amongst everything else. To have to be hired 7 months ago and then be in this position now, it's unreal to me. I appreciate you making a statement that we are human beings. We are. We're all human beings. We all have families. We're not just robots of public safety. I myself have 2 daughters in the public school system here. We're all taxpayers. I get that. One of our daughters is facing a situation where she might need a medical procedure. So I'm essentially in a race against the clock for health insurance to get this procedure done. All I did was come to work, put the uniform on, try and serve and protect the best I could. Never had an issue with racism in my career. I've been through countless and countless trainings on racist police officers and dealing with different environments. And one of the reasons I came to Greenfield was the diversity that was offered here. No police officer I work with or have worked with stands for racism. We are all against it. However, we're all being victimized by something we have no control over. All I ask is that you take into account that once these 8 officers are gone, they are not coming back. why would you come back if that's even an option? So many police departments are down officers, and will take other officers who are already trained, good people, and ready to hit the road rolling. So it's a gross negligence on the part of this council.
Thank you. That's 2 minutes. I'm being asked one more time, excuse me, folks, please, if, I'm being asked by IT if we could try the folks on Zoom one more time. If we terminate the meeting on Zoom, we will not be able to bring it back up because the link is going to change and the password's going to change. So we can't reboot it during a recess. Liz Gilman, can I get a test from you, please? Counselor Bottomley, I see you there. I also see Counselor Mayo. I'm not getting anything. Is there anything else that can be done, or is this the last test?
I'm getting text. Good evening. My name is Mitchell Spade, Chestnut Hill, Greenfield, Massachusetts. I was thinking, I wanted to address several issues, but the most important one on the table for me tonight is home equity theft. I'd like to see the council, as well as the mayor, draw up some legislation to stop home equity theft. It's predatory, it's unconstitutional, and it's being practiced by most of the municipalities throughout Massachusetts. It's an easy money grab. Most of those properties are free and clear, so there's a big incentive for you to go after them. This is not the same situation that you would have with a financial institution that holds a note on a property. Most of the time, those taxes are able to get paid through that financial institution. In the case of money theft through tax taking, it's confiscating a lot of equity. My situation was much different than most people. 99% of these people end up homeless. I was able to get good legal counsel who expose the improprieties that go on in the city of Greenfield in these tax-taking situations. I was even accused of presenting stale checks, which were actually bank checks that were good forever, okay? It even got to the point where I took a check from Hollywood and was told the check was made out in Spanish and they would not negotiate it, okay? This is a layered process. It's not just at the top, it's the financial institutions here locally participating in this money grab game, and it needs to stop.
Thank you. Next I have Al Norman. Excuse me, folks, I need people to be quiet so I can call people up. Next I have Al Norman, then Andrea Michael, then Tom Tolg.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Al Norman, 21 Grinnell Street. I brought 2 cans with me tonight. One of them is labeled Citizens Initiatives, and one of them is labeled Home Equity Theft. Both of these cans can be kicked further down the road, or you can deal with it tonight. But I want you to have these cans because I'm tired of looking at them. I want to start with 2 issues that are negative, and then I'm going to talk about something much more positive. On the issue of citizens' initiatives, you all know that a year ago, we started talking about how to deal with the charter amendment that allows citizens to bring an issue to the town, to the council about what we want to have happen in the city. And at the time, the council decided to put the issue of referendums on the ballot. And last November, the voters of Greenfield decided that 326 signatures was ample to get a referendum. But the issue of initiatives did not go on the ballot. I don't know why, but it didn't go on the ballot. And so here we are, 7 or 8 months later, and the Ordinances Committee has said that they want 977 signatures. It's unacceptable. It's way too high. There is a compromise that's available. I sat through a 2.5-hour meeting a few days ago. This issue never even came up, even though it was on the agenda. We were forced to listen to 2.5 hours of talk nothing about this can, further kicking it down the road. I'm ready to compromise on this. We're ready to accept 600 and some signatures. If the council does nothing, I have a petition ready to go that has enough signatures to bring it before you for a public hearing. I don't want to do that. Let's get this done. Stop kicking it down the road. The second issue, home equity theft, my friends Mitch Spate and Joan Marie Jackson just told you. We have no right in Greenfield to take $1 more of people's home equity than they owe us. If they haven't paid their taxes, we get it all back, plus interest, plus court costs, but not 1 penny more. It's time to stop that. It's a form of theft. It's unconstitutional. And we've got 4 or 5 things that you can do.
Thank you.
Marijuana, I don't get a chance to tell you.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off. That was 2 minutes.
EDC, thank you for your great work last night.
Now I have Andrea Michael. Excuse me, folks. Andrea Michael and then Tom Tolg.
I think we're supposed to kick them. Hi. First, I want to say that I really appreciated the conversation earlier about, I think you said, Councilor Toronzo, about like listening to each other and taking the time to really think through what's happening at any given situation. I have paid attention to, well, I don't know how much attention I've paid. I listened, I read the court documents. I know that we have a judge that's saying there was racism, and I'm really glad that that happened, and I'm really glad that that police officer is going to get a lot of money, and that sounds like the right thing for me. Do I want to pay it as a taxpayer? Not necessarily. I'm happy to take that money from an insurance company. So I think there's some games to be played. I have no idea what I would do if I was in your situation, because I think it's tough. I think these are hard problems, and that they need to, you guys have a hard situation that you need to look into things. You have, decisions to make. So I don't know what I would do. I really like the idea of an independent, whatever it's called, Audit, yeah, because I want to know, is there racism? And if there is it just the one person, or does it go all the way through? Because if we fire one person, but it's everywhere else, and we didn't look into that, then we still have racism, and I really don't want that in our police department. So I don't know about cutting the budget. It was really hard to hear about some of the things that the police officers get, like stipends for clothes, when I'm trying to raise money for the teachers at my school so that they don't have to pay out of their pocket for things that our students need. So budget is a whole other separate thing, and I'm really sorry that some police officers have to lose their jobs, and it sucks. I think that's the answer to the budget, when it looks to me like there's an inflated budget at the police department, and it's not because we have too many cops. Maybe it's because of how we're deciding to spend that money. So anyway, I just wanted to say I think these are hard problems, and I do think that sometimes the immediate thing that looks like it's what we should do is not necessarily that.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Tom Tolg and then Sandy Kosterman.
My name is Tom Tolg. I'm at Walnut Street in Greenfield. When I first heard about this home equity theft, it was about 2 months ago, and I really couldn't believe it. My mother used to be in real estate in the Midwest, and something like that I'm sure would have shocked her. It seems to me that it just violates common sense and common decency. I don't quite understand why the state allows it, but it does. But it doesn't mandate that the city enforce this theft of home equity. Seems to me that the council could easily, hopefully, just pass a resolution or an ordinance that it not be practiced in the city of Greenfield. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sorry, folks. I need Sandy Kosterman to come to the microphone, and then Michelle Allenby would be next.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Kosterman. I live in Greenfield on Barton Road, a neighbor of Chris's and some other people in town. Thank you for letting us speak tonight. Number one, I live in the area where this marijuana monster cultivation project is being proposed on Country Club Road in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Please reinstate the Tier 1 limit, the 5,000 square feet of canopy, and a total limit on one property to 3 Tier 1s of 15,000 square feet of canopy. We are very concerned about the high water use and the toxic chemicals which will be used for this outdoor grow. I have a question. Would the cannabis plants which require, would the developers pay the city for the amount of water they're using? Maybe after the meeting, or maybe after we speak, you guys could address that. Cannabis plants require 6 gallons of water per day. Both the Country Club Road and Leiden Road sites would require almost 1 million gallons of water per day, which approaches half of the total water usage per day for the whole town of Greenfield. What happens if the use of water for Country Club Road and Leiden Road project jeopardizes the use of water for residents who need it for daily use, including watering their gardens to help with feeding their families? There is an impending food shortage, and we need farmland to grow produce and food for families. The use of toxic chemicals and pesticides for the cannabis plants needs to be thoroughly studied, as many toxic chemicals are cancer-causing. Also, our property values will plummet if the project is allowed to be built in Greenfield. Not being able to enjoy our yards or open windows in the warm weather will deter properties from being sold. That's if anyone wants to move into a town that's gone to pot.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, folks, I need a little bit of quiet, please. If I could get Michelle Allenby and then Pamela Goodwin.
Okay, here we are. So I am here as a citizen of Greenfield. I live on Carroll Lane. My name is Shelley Allenby, and I am exhausted living in this city. It never used to be like this. I went to high school here. I went to GCC. I live in my the same home that I grew up in high school, and I want to move. And it's because of the decisions that are being made and the divide that is happening. I spent my lunch break filling out school choice applications because the last thing I want to do is send my kids to the middle school. I know a lot of parents feel that way because I'm on a long wait list with a lot of Greenfield students trying to get into other schools. I hope you're all aware of that because it's a thing. I also tried to send a letter or an email to Jasper over here, and I got an auto response stating that he does not do email. I should go and use the pen and paper that is outside of his house. And, you know, I'm sorry, I have a life that I need to attend to, and I don't have time for it to revolve around you and you not using your city council email address, which I think is ridiculous. And I have a feeling it's because you don't want things on record. So with that being said, I think you should step down from your position because you don't seem to oblige by the rules, and the smirking and all of the things that you've been doing during this meeting, I think it's disrespectful. So there's that. Yeah, thumbs up. Also, with that being said, here's the letter that you didn't get via email. I figured I'd just read it to you. So I need you to explain to me why you think putting the political agenda above our public safety is in any way acceptable. When you state you are doing this for the people of Greenfield, I want to know exactly who you're talking about. Oh man, I've got so much more, but I'll post it.
I'm trying to be fair to everybody.
It's okay. It'll be hopefully in the recorder because I put it on the opinion page so everybody
you.
can finish reading it.
Okay, next I have, all right, sorry, folks, come on now. I need Pamela Goodwin and then Brian Hoffman.
Good evening, counselors. I always start with, I wouldn't want your job either. And I know that this is tremendously hard. I speak with some of you personally from time to time. And we are living in a tough place called Greenfield. Used to be a town when I was born here. I was going to remind everybody in this room and on Zoom that the budget cuts for the police department was to force the mayor into taking action. That was what we were hoping to do, and I sat up here till almost midnight, 2 nights in a row, watching the agony go on and on and on. So I'm glad other people spoke about that, because this is not something everybody was relishing having to do. The fact is the mayor still has people on paid leave that do need to be fired. I also want to make a comment that no one so far has talked about the Lunt cleanup mess. All right, so this is carcinogenic stuff over there, air to breathe, water, and maybe somebody else will be talking about that. That was a conflict of interest all happening with a certain scientist person and also with the mayor looking for money quickly for the town. I'm glad so many people talk about the marijuana mess. That's what I'll call it. And I'm thrilled to hear this morning at the senior center that people are going to take some better action, and hopefully some action will happen tonight. I canceled my subscription to the paper because all of a sudden I thought that we were getting fair coverage, but something was really amiss at the last May meeting. And I was so upset that I left a voicemail. I would love to have a conversation with the editor, because I don't think it's the investigative reporter. I think somebody else is biased. It bothers me that I have to watch the mayor over and over on television, and I'd like to wonder how we would get the other side of the coin.
I'm sorry, I have to move to the next person. All right, next I have Brian Hoffman, then Andrew Ritchie.
Thank you, everybody, for a public comment session. I didn't have any prepared remarks. I was just asked to make a comment, so I was just hammering something out, and I appreciate the opportunity to share it. I live up on Barton Road, and I have made Greenfield my home for the past 4 years and intend to make it my home for the foreseeable future. I've lived and worked in the Pioneer Valley as an orthopedic surgeon for the last 15 years, and I love it here. And I want to say that a few years ago, when the City Council voted to eliminate the Tier 1 size restriction on outdoor marijuana grow facilities, I do not in my heart believe that it intended for 3 out-of-state interests to recruit insider assistants and specialty legal counsel to navigate municipal fine print and target a residential neighborhood for one of the largest, most insatiably thirsty, razor-wired, foulest-smelling, safety-compromising, property value risking grow sites in all of New England, and to do so outside the lens of public scrutiny, particularly for those of us who live there, until the process was well underway. We didn't know about it. That had to do with process as much as anything else. But one might argue that it could have been anticipated. You open those floodgates and people want the money. I ask that you agree with your colleagues on the Economic Development Committee and just vote yes to restrict these sites back to the Tier 1 level in total size. I think it's a necessary first step in rectifying a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, folks, can I please, I need quiet so I can call folks over. Andrew Ritchie, and then Rick Pelk is gonna be next.
Hello, my name is Andrew Ritchie. I live at Beach Street in Greenfield, and I wanted tonight to thank those of you on the council who have taken your charge to represent the residents really seriously, in particular the poorest and most vulnerable among us, whether we're talking about the botched cleanup at the Lunt Silversmith property, which serves people seeking recovery services, or we're talking about this pot farm on Country Club Road, or home equity theft, or even the skate park, which everyone wants, but just happened to be sited right next to residential properties downtown, some of our poorest neighbors. We come to you because not only this mayoral administration, but previous mayoral administrations have shown that they don't care about the poorest and most vulnerable among us. There's a class of people in Greenfield who have money and who have connections and who think that they can just use this mayoral form of government to do whatever they want with no accountability. And those of you who have actually listened to the concerns of residents and followed them through are the reason we're even having these conversations about the Lunt cleanup or about the rezoning of the pot farm and all of these issues. You are absolutely leading on these issues, and the mayor is following. And previous councils haven't done this. They've just been happy with the status quo. I also want to speak to the issue of misconduct within the Greenfield Police Department, which has also been allowed to go on for decades. It goes way beyond just this one case. There are officers on the force who are notorious in this town, and you know exactly who I'm talking about, those of you who've lived here, notorious as racist bullies. And they have never been held accountable, and they won't be held accountable unless you keep making difficult decisions like cutting the budget to get everyone's attention so that we can actually do an audit of the department and make some real changes. So thank you again for standing up, those of you who have made those choices, for standing up for us.
All right, thank you so much. All right, can I get Rick Pelk and then Jason Haskins? I see another person from out of town, so I'm going to move you into the out-of-town list.
Hi, my name's Rick Pelk, and I live on Country Club Road. Greenfield has a lot of problems, even much more than I ever realized, and you counselors have a lot on your plate. My concerns are about the marijuana grow on Country Club Road. Before the last open meeting, I spent a lot of time kind of getting up to speed on that and learning a little bit about what was going on, and I actually sent an email to the Cannabis Commission, the CCC, and in that I asked questions of them, partly learning, partly like putting a needle in there, at least on my part, and I was questioning the fact that we had a no plan required for this, and I asked the CCC, if the town doesn't put forth a plan, does that mean they do? And then you have to do everything in writing when you deal with the CCC. They won't take phone calls or anything else, and they say, thank you for your comment, we'll get back to you shortly. I was expecting something back in a day or two. Haven't seen anything yet that I'm aware of. Maybe I have to go to the CCC site to get it. But anyway, I think it's a bad idea. I think a lot of people in the town felt that their concerns weren't taken seriously about that and how it would affect our neighborhood. I think it's gotten the attention now. And I think we should consider rolling it back to what the original request was for the smaller marijuana grow for the moment. See what goes forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have Jason Haskins and then Ashley Stumple-Ray. Yes.
Evening, I'm Jason Haskins. I live on Forest Avenue. I'm a resident in the town, and I'm also a sergeant with the Greenfield Police Department. I work the day shift, and I'm also in charge of training the new employees. I'm also in charge of Marcus Johansson, who's one of the officers, who's a minority officer who's going to be laid off because of these cuts. I understand y'all wanted to make it something. You had to make a statement. We get that. But the evidence doesn't suggest what you're doing is right. In fact, what you're doing, everybody keeps saying scare tactics. This is not scare tactics. This is evidence, empirical evidence gone on and on from police departments. You cut PDs, you have problems in your agencies, in your cities and your towns. It suggests that police should be building relationships with their community, which is exactly what I did, and Councilor Ricketts is aware of that when I was a community policing officer. We're not doing that now. We're tearing us apart. The cut is in direct opposition to what all the experts say, or the vast majority of the experts say what we should be doing in policing. Since 2020, most of the cities that have cut police budgets have seen staggering crime rates, rise in crimes. In fact, the Portland, Oregon homicides were up 1,900% immediately following their $12 million budget cut. which leave them with a 530% overall homicide rate, leading up to Portland is now with their newest budget back to their original funds because it didn't work. Matt Kaspusin, Senior Research Director of the University of Chicago Crime Lab, stated there's a large body of evidence that conclusively shows that more police resources and manpowers does reduce crime, and that this is an empirical fact we have to reckon with. Yes, other social policies do reduce crime, but you will always need police in your community if you want to be safe. These police officers need to be trained at the highest level for whenever that call comes in. Again, I understand where you're coming from, but you guys are responsible for doing what's right for the majority of the citizens. This is a bad budget decision, and it's been proven.
Thank
and it's
you.
not safe.
Next, I have Ashley Stempelray and then Jesus Leva.
Hello. May I make an apology before my time starts? Because it's outside of this. I just wanted to. I just feel compelled to apologize to the Black identifying neighbors for having to hear the N-word spoken at tonight's meeting, and I want to remind everybody that you can get a point across without saying that word. That's all I wanted to start with. I just wanted to say that I couldn't agree more with the initial statement made. My name is Ashley Stempelray, Conway Street in Greenfield. I couldn't agree more with the initial statement made tonight by the HRC chair. When I was president of this council in 2020, I worked really hard to try and heal wounds and restore collaboration between council, admin, the school, and departments. And to see its deterioration in its form right now is truly devastating. First, I'd like to speak on behalf of Robert Haig's character from my own experience. Just his character. When I think of his character, collaboration, open-mindedness, willingness, and desire to learn and understand do come to mind. I witnessed his work to end civil service in our community to be able to recruit a more diverse police department, along with his fight to get dollars and grants for training in order to grow our department's inclusivity and social awareness, seeking to grow, among the other work Kydra spoke about tonight. And that is the Robert Haig that I know. Second, and lastly, I mentioned I served as president of this council in 2020. That year, I also found out I was pregnant, and I also learned that my mother was dying of cancer. Regardless, I served my community. I answered calls, held forums, answered emails because I took an oath to serve my community to the best of my ability. Councilor Lapiansky, by agreeing to serve on this council, you too took an oath. Responding to constituents' feedback only if they leave a note on your porch is a disgrace to the seat. As an elected official who rose their hand to serve on this council, you should want to hear from constituents in any way they can reach you. That, sir, is the job. Being a representative for your constituents and their concerns. So if that isn't your purpose for being here, then what is your agenda?
Thank you. Next, I have Jesus Leva, and then Jamie, is it Jamie Hawkins? Great.
Hello? Jesus Leva, 32 High Street. My comments tonight are specifically towards the City Council. Thank you for your thoughtful deliberations on the matter of the Greenfield Police Department. In the 4-hour May 19th meeting where they were discussed at length, all of the councilors echoed sentiments that I had on this issue, both those that were generally supportive of the police department and those that were skeptical of the police department in light of the information presented about the lawsuit. I have by necessity had to contact or interact with the Greenfield Police Department on numerous occasions, and on all of those occasions my experience was overwhelmingly positive and above and beyond what I have come to expect from the police. But many things can be true at once, and it's important to acknowledge the scope, credibility, and the legitimacy of the many issues people have raised concerning the local police. That is why, as a resident of Greenfield, I am expressing my support for the city councilors who have called for the removal of the police chief and for the city council vote to reduce the funding of the police department. I hope people in the city see the council's actions not as a rebuke of the police department and the many positive contributions of the department to the safety of the city, but as an action intended to address the controversy surrounding the specific officer misconduct and to reflect the budgetary realities of this and similar communities. We can also ask for the resignation of the police chief without condemning him as a person. I have only once had the occasion to speak to him. He was professional, and his response to my inquiry showed an understanding of the need for restraint and deployment of police in responding to community issues. That being said, I am not going to second-guess a jury verdict, and I believe the information made available to the public concerning the lawsuit. There is no legitimate job I know of where you can cost your employer several hundred thousands of dollars in liability and still expect to have a job. The police chief not only failed to meet the community standards for his job, but also the legal standards of his job. I am sorry this issue has landed before the city council. This is not your job as legislators, but I am glad you've accepted this as part of your responsibility as community leaders. I also apologize to you and to Greenfield residents for voting for a mayor who has shown no interest in taking a constructive role in the resolution of this issue.
Thank you, Jesus. Next, I have Jamie Hawkins, and then I'm going to move on to non-Greenfield residents. So after that will be Ruben Mercado.
Hi, my name is Jamie Hawkins. I live on Cherry Street in Greenfield.
Yeah, a little closer to the mic, please.
My name's Jamie Hawkins. I live on Cherry Street in Greenfield. I have so many things that are floundering around in my brain right now that I want to discuss, but I understand I have 2 minutes. As a mother of 2 boys in this community, as a probation officer who works in this community, as an ex-wife of the chief of police in this community, as the relative of a cousin who died from an overdose in this community. Unfortunately, folks, you really don't understand a lot of the deeper things that are underneath just a lawsuit and what you read in the paper. Because if you want transparency, I'll be very frank with you. The plaintiff on this case, he did some pretty bad things to addicts in this community. He exploited them. And when you talk about power and who do you call, well, who do you think they can call when those types of things are occurring? So I'm very happy that that individual did not get a promotion. That's not who I would want to represent or come to a call for me. I think Chief Haig has done an amazing job. I don't know how many ex-wives that you know that could sit there and say that about their ex-husbands. We have to take into consideration, this lawsuit was filed 7 years ago, okay? And now our town is falling apart because we're all jumping down each other's throats. And the things that are being said in the paper by people like you, Jasper, who are making statements that Chief Haig drinks on the job and he should have been fired 6 years ago. That's not what the townspeople want to hear from their political higher-ups. You're exacerbating and stirring the pot of what is going on. So I hope that ceases.
All right, thank you. Next, I have, okay, so Ruben Mercado, and then Ariel Elon.
Can you guys hear me here? I'll try to be fast. I'm from Northampton. What am I doing here? Somebody at the beginning said, is there more? I'm Puerto Rican. I met like Chief Haig in an opioid task force meeting. I work with the addicts, with the people, with the opioid epidemic. And he was very responsive, started working with our team. And when I was speaking with Miss Jacob, Kaidra, I pronounce always her name wrong. We were talking she is African American, I'm Latino, we have never had an experience of racism, and he doesn't even have to hang out with me. I have been in Big Y, he has said hi to me, he doesn't have to do that, I'm no one. I work with the addicts, and I'll tell you one thing from my heart. If it wasn't for these guys protecting your streets, this is really going down. The opioid epidemic is really something really real. And it's the police that you have that has made it that the gangs have not taken over. If you reduce the police, you can feel great. I see many people, mostly Caucasian, holding against racism. I love you, I'm with you. But you have to understand that recently I was moving my family from New York. If you go to East Harlem, it is worse than the 80s. This is moving my loved ones. The reforms that we did that all started because of racial justice, it is the ones that are I have been shot at. I don't know how many people here have been shot at. I don't, like, what you guys are deciding is really the safety of Greenfield. And Chief Higg, like, he has more than 10 years of experience as a leader. Now more than ever, you have to pass that. I mean, with Kydra, he was working with racial issues way before George Floyd. We all make mistakes. I make mistakes. I'm not a saint. But I'm telling you, if you cut, like, the police department, all this talk is going to change very quickly. They have made our streets that gangs, like, you drive 40 minutes from here and it's dangerous. I saw it, like, in Harlem. I saw it growing up in Puerto Rico. They wanted to, like, just not support the police. And now Puerto Rico is not the place where I grew up.
I'm sorry, that's your 2 minutes. All right, folks, I need quiet, please. Could I get Ariel, folks, I need Ariel, Elon, and then, Elon or Elon? Elon. And then, is that it? That's that right?
I'm Ariel Elon. I live in Montague, but I pay taxes in Greenfield on my rental property. And I just care about this community. I'm so moved by the last two speakers. Among other things, it really brings home to me that there are always many layers to dig through, and have we dug deeply enough before we impulsively make a decision on the basis of an emotion or even on the basis of an ideal? And in this case, I've come to say, I feel like this council made extremely the wrong decision in cutting the budget. I've been devastated by how many people I have respected as fellow progressives over the years that have supported this budget cut. Because to me, if you claim to stand for equity, if you claim to be progressive, if you claim to be nonviolent, you do not get to swap one harm for another harm. And that's what this council did. It's the harm to the fired officers and their families. It's the harm to the force, given that these officers are among the progressive new wave of officers that are really dedicated to public service and community service and community safety and restraint in the use of force, which is very similar to our department in Montague, which I found out by heading up an investigation of our department in Montague 2 years ago, okay? The entire community, in the meantime, is paying in ways that they don't even know yet they're going to be paying for taking apart the fabric of public safety they have depended on. We can study deeply, plan, we can do a needs assessment of all of the different safety, investigatory, crime deterrent, and social service functions that our police actually do perform every day. We can evaluate those needs and carefully make a system to replace them, but not by tearing the current system apart first.
That's the end, and thank you. All right, so city councilors, next we have a public hearing and second reading. After that, I would entertain a motion to go on break for a brief recess, if no one has any objections. All right. Okay. So the only person who signed up under the public hearing is Ann Hassett, who spoke during public comment. The public hearing is specifically on an invoice from Siemens Inc. For the FY22 Energy Department budget. So I think that this may have been a mistake. But if she's still here and she really does want to talk about the invoice, I'm happy to listen. All right. Where did Clerk Scott? Is this the one that requires 10 votes?
Which one? No.
There was one that required.
May I?
Yes, please.
So this prior year's bill requires a 9/10 vote, which requires 12 counselors to vote in favor. So the public hearing should be held, the second reading should be held, but when it comes to the vote, it would be up to the council. There aren't 12 counselors here, so if the president wished
to ask that it went to July, she would make that decision at that time.
Yeah, so I'm not a mathematician, but I'm going to ask that we do that in July, but we'll do the public hearing tonight, we'll do the second reading, and then if we could adjourn not adjourn, but if we could take a recess.
So there's a gentleman here that I didn't know was coming for the CPA budget, who is here if anyone has questions, but again, didn't know anybody was coming.
Is that also?
The community preservation vote?
Yeah, but that's not under public hearing, so that'll be
That is
when we get
not.
back.
So
Okay.
that's not until like.
That's fine.
down. So he can go,
Madam President?
because he can't stay.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, did you guys say that we need 9/10?
Yeah.
There are 10 of us.
9/10 of 13 councilors.
Oh, not of who's present?
Just try to get.
Huh. That's weird.
We have an invoice from FY '22 that needs to be paid. It's just an old bill, but because it's so old, we need lots of counselors to vote for it, and we don't have that many in the room. That's all. It's just kind of,
No.
we can't get anybody on Zoom. I've been trying to test it. So that's going to be done in July. We are still going to have, I'm going to open the public comment now at,
Has someone read the public hearing notice?
sorry, I need someone to read the public hearing notice for me.
I can do that. Public hearing in accordance with Home Rule Charter. The Greenfield City Council will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, June 15th, 2022 at 6:30 PM at Johnston Community Center and Zoom conferencing system. The address is listed. To receive public input on the following: approve payment of $10,814, fiscal year 2020 invoice for Siemens Inc. from fiscal year 22 Energy Department budget. The City Council may consider the same on Wednesday, June 15th, 2022 at 6:30 PM at Johnston Community Center and Zoom Conferencing Center, address listed below. Materials may be obtained from the City Council's office, 14 Court Square, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, or phone 413-772-1555, extension 6163. Sheila Gilmore, City Council President.
Thank you. And if I could get folks to, that are watching, to please remain silent, that would be wonderful. Okay, so the public hearing is now open. It is 8:54 PM. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this in the public hearing? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to ask the council, if there's no objection, we should take this up in July. Okay, I see no objection. Now we're going to take a brief recess, and when we come back, we will start on motions, orders, and resolutions. All right, folks, we are back. Councilor Forgy will join us in just a moment.
We still need to have the.
Yes, so we opened the public hearing. There were no speakers. We closed the public hearing, but we did not read the motion. I'm sorry, the second reading. Thank you. Is there somebody from Ways and Means who would like to read the second reading on page
I can read it.
5? That would be
If you don't
great.
mind.
Thank you, Councilor Toronto.
It's literally just a spot. Approved, City Council second reading, June 15th, 2022. Approved payment of $10,814 fiscal year 2020 invoice for Siemens Inc. from fiscal year 22 Energy Department budget.
Second it? Does it need a second? No.
It's just a
Okay,
reading, right?
thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're moving on to motions, orders, and resolutions. We've already taken care of item 1, which was the Precinct 1 counselor. Item 2, approve Community Preservation Committee FY 2023 budget. Do I have someone who would like to read that?
Read it.
Okay. The city council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council appropriate reserve from the community preservation and annual revenues or available funds in the amounts recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for committee administrative expenses, debt service, community preservation projects, and other expenses in fiscal year 2023, with each item to be considered a separate appropriation as follows. An appropriation for $13,437.50 from FY 2023 Community Preservation Fund revenues for administrative expenses. Reserves $174,687.50 from FY 2023 Community Preservation Fund revenues for the FY 2023 Community Preservation Fund purposes, FY 2023 annual budgeted reserve. Reserve $26,875 from FY 2023 Community Preservation Fund revenues for open space. Reserve $26,875 from FY 2023 Community Preservation Fund revenues for historic resources. Reserve $26,875 from FY 2023 Community Preservation Fund revenues for community fundraising. Majority vote required.
Sorry, that was community housing, right?
Oh, does it?
I just wanted it to be in the record.
Community housing. Read the whole thing?
Wonderful. Do I have a second?
Sorger.
Thank you. Councilor Forgy, we're talking about the CPA funds, and I was wondering if you would like to give us a report from the committee.
Yes, this was discussed in committee, and it received a positive, unanimous recommendation. Good.
Wonderful. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No. Okay, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No abstentions? Okay, the motion carries, right? Am I allowed to say that? Okay. The next motion is the invoice that has to be moved to July because we need 12 votes for that to go through. So if there are no objections, we are going to put that on the July agenda. And I see no objections.
Nope.
Wonderful. Okay. Next. Okay, that's also Ways and Means. The $50,000, if someone could read that, please. It's page 93.
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gartner and in accordance with Massachusetts general laws, move that it be ordered that the sum of $50,000 be transferred from the following fiscal year 22 accounts, from labor special litigation, $40,000, building salaries, $10,000, to the following accounts: city legal, $50,000. Balance in labor special litigation, $60,005.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. You also have to read the number. Sorry.
Account 01001 500.5305, labor special litigation, $40,000. 0100241.5111, building salaries, $10,000, to the following account: 0101510.5302, fiscal year city legal, $50,000. Balance in labor special litigation, $60,005. Balance in building inspector salaries, $43,247. Majority vote required.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Ricketts?
Thank you. Can I get a report from committee?
It was
that
also
thing
a
in the
positive
middle.
unanimous recommendation.
Thank you. All right. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, great. The motion carries. Then on to page 95. That's also Ways and Means. Can I get someone to read that next motion?
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner and in accordance with Massachusetts general laws, fiscal year 2022 end-of-the-year transfer request, move that it be ordered that the sum of $30,000 be transferred from fiscal year 01002120.511 parking salaries to fiscal year 22 01002130.5130 dispatch overtime. Balance in parking salaries is $35,201. Majority vote required.
Thank you. Do I have a
Second, Ricketts?
Thank you. Can I get a report from the committee?
Yes, report is unanimous, positive recommendation.
Wonderful. Any discussion? Yes.
I just have one question, and it may not be answerable since we can't hear Liz Gilman, but why did we come to have so much left over in parking salaries? Does anybody know?
Is that something that was taken up in Ways and Means?
It says it on the order,
Oh, it does?
the explanation of supporting rationale.
No, that's why we're transferring it to dispatch, but why is there so much left over in parking is my question. And it doesn't say that.
Mayor, if you would like to answer, I would welcome that. Oh, Mayor, could you please use the microphone just so folks at home? They're not here, so they must be at home watching us. Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that the reason is because we had a retirement mid-year, and that's why. I'm pretty sure that's it.
In that case, I'm in favor.
I'm sorry?
I said, in that case, I'm in favor.
Oh, okay. All right, well, we're not at the part yet. All right, now, all in favor?
Aye.
Great. Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion carries. The next one is on 97. It's another transfer. Can I get someone to read that, please?
Great. Order fiscal year 22-151. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner and in accordance with Mass General Law, fiscal year 22 end-of-year energy transfer requests. Move that it be ordered that the sum of $60,000 be transferred from the following accounts: 0100-155-05111, fiscal year 22 IT salaries, $42,000, 0100-1350-5111, fiscal year 22 accounting salaries, $18,000. To the following fiscal year energy accounts: 0100-1970-521122, fire electric, $16,000, 0100-1970-521622, fire propane, $23,000, 0100-1972-52111, middle school electric, $21,000. Fiscal year 22 IT balance was $42,581. Fiscal year 22 accounting salary balance was $27,786. Majority vote required. The explanation of this is temporary fire station accounts for the overage in the fire accounts, the temporary fire station accounts for the overage in the fire accounts. Middle school electric rebate expired during fiscal year 22, and 2 more months of invoices are still to be paid. The fiscal year 22 salary line items being utilized were both reduced in the fiscal year 23 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a
Second, Ricketts?
Thank you. Report from committee?
Unanimous positive recommendation.
Great. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, so the motion carries. Another transfer.
Fiscal year 22, 152. The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner and in accordance with Mass General Law, fiscal year 22, end-of-year transfer request. Move that it be ordered that the sum of $12,600 be transferred from account 0100-1410-5111, assessor salaries and wages, to the following fiscal year 22 general funds accounts: 0100-916-05181, Medicare tax, $10,000. 0100-1580-5317, tax title, $2,600. Balance in assessor's salaries, $25,952. Majority vote required. Supporting rationale: union contracts, both school and town, resulted in higher salaries, as well as retro payments which affect the Medicare tax. The school also has a balloon salary payment in June that will put the Medicare tax over budget. Tax title increase is due to tax title liens placed. It is difficult to predict the number of liens. 2 more months of invoices are to be paid. Balance available in the assessor's salary and wages line is due to an extended vacancy.
Do we have a second?
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you.
Positive unanimous recommendation out of committee.
Wonderful. Questions, comments? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Next.
Fiscal year 22-153, the City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner in accordance with Massachusetts General Law, fiscal year 22 reserve fund transfer request. Move that it be ordered that the sum of $65,000 be transferred to the fiscal year 22-0100-1320-5781 reserve fund to fiscal year 22 city vehicle fuel accounts as follows: 0100-2100-5482, police, no lead gas, $25,000. 0100-2200-5482, fire fuel, $20,000. 0100-4290-5482, DPW service gas, $10,000. And 0100-4290-5483, DPW service diesel, $10,000. Reserve fund balance is $65,000. One prior transfer of $10,000 to DPW due to the flood at the swimming area last summer, which was $75,000 appropriation less $10,000. Majority vote required. Explanation is the level of fuel escalation this spring was not anticipated. Departments have tried to cover this increase within their budgets, but the increase has been too large. This will be needed in fiscal year 23 as well if fuel prices do not come down. The Munis report is attached. There are 2 more months of charges remaining to be paid.
Second, Ricketts.
A report from committee?
Positive unanimous recommendation coming out of committee.
Great. Any questions or comments? Yes, Councilor DeSorger, and then, did I see Councilor Lapinski after that? Okay.
So everybody knows the cost of fuel has gone up astronomically. I filled my tank today and it was $70 to fix. And we are going to fund, there's going to be plenty of gas for DPW to get everywhere. There's going to be plenty of gas in the fire trucks to get to your houses if you need them, and plenty of gas in the police cars if they need to get somewhere. So I'll be voting in favor of that.
Thank you. Councilor Lapinski?
Yeah, I don't think it's a coincidence that the police are asking for the same $25,000 we cut from their expense line item. And I'm a little disappointed that other people don't see it this way. I am happy, very pleased that the police have agreed to double up on patrols and stop idling their vehicles, but they could have done that sooner when the price of gas started to go up. And so this is a situation where they got themselves into trouble and now we're asking for a bailout. If we vote for this one time, we'd better not do it again, and I'll be voting no.
Thank you. Counselor Forgy?
Yes, by way of explanation, I would like to offer the following. Everything we're voting on right now is part of normal procedure, is the way we close a fiscal year. It's because not every department is able to meet the accommodations of the budget, and the mayor and the finance officer looks at where they can find this money, because it is illegal for us to close with a negative balance that only goes and raises the taxes for people, and that cannot happen. The issue here, and what I'd like to address, is when we are talking about the $25,000 police request. It wasn't their request. It is a matter of the mayor and the chief financial officer, Liz, looking at these accounts and seeing where these shortages occur. And these shortages occur right now in fiscal year '22. They cannot close the fiscal year in a negative balance. This is what is needed to allocate those funds. And it has nothing to do with the budget that's coming along, as Liz Gilman put it so eloquently the other evening, is one budget does not speak to another. One budget closes, the other open. There's no rationale at all that I have heard that is acceptable in regard to moving this money, and the comment that it's just part of what's been cut. That is not the case. I disagree. I vehemently disagree.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? And I'll say for folks that are new, this is something that does come up at the end of the year pretty frequently. It's, they do their best to set their budget a year ahead of time. They start talking to the mayor, and I believe is it October that the department heads start talking to the mayor? And then by the time we vote on it in May, and then they start spending on July 1st, a lot can happen between October and July. So it's not uncommon for us to see things like this, and especially with gas prices. I'm going to go to Councilor Bullock next, and then I'll come back to you, Councilor Leviansky.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councilor Forgy for the explanation, and I agree. When I was reading through the agenda ahead of time of this meeting to understand it, I also do just want to note that this is an area where I know it'll come up in later conversation, but I feel like that there was public social media posts by a department that misled the public to believe that the city council had already cut the 2022 budget, or had cut the budget, and that's why the doubling up was happening. I just feel like when I saw this come across, I'm like, I just saw this social media post that's misleading the public to believe that the reason for this happening is because of a city council cut, when clearly we're going to fund 2022's budget that has the deficit. So I really just didn't appreciate it. It felt manipulative.
Thank you. Councilor Lepiansky.
Well, so I am familiar. I wasn't going to speak again, but two people said that I might not. I am fully familiar with end-of-year housekeeping. I understand why we're doing this. I voted in favor of all the other ones so far, and I probably will all the other ones after this. What I'm saying is that, yes, of course we have to end the year without a deficit, but what responsibility is it of the departments to not simply spend with abandon, knowing that we will have to cover them at the end of the year? The police could just spend any amount of money on whatever, and we would have to cover them, and that's not the way it should work. So I understand it's a housekeeping issue, but I think we are housekeeping on someone else's behalf, and it shouldn't have to fall to this. That's all.
Yes, Councilor Healy.
I'd just like to say, what the police are doing, they're doubling up in cruisers. It's in preparations for next year's budget season. Yes, they know that they haven't been definanced in 2022, but changes don't happen overnight. So you have to get the officers used to doing that together, right? It's a change in routine. and that just doesn't happen in a day, right? So, in looking at that, what they're doing now is being proactive for the cuts they face in the next fiscal year. And I think they're also looking at fuel prices and trying to be economical, right? And I commend them for that. So thank you.
Yeah, and Councilor Toronzo, and then I'm going to recognize
I know
myself.
the distinction has kind of been made, but I think it's got to be very, very clear that these are two completely separate years. They're two completely separate budgets. These are two completely separate ideas. Just because the word police is there doesn't mean that it's some sort of manipulative thing that's out there. And I mean, if nobody saw the gas prices jump and double. I put the pump stopped me at $150 today when I was filling my truck, and I still wasn't full. Like, it was ridiculous. And I mean, I own a business, and you can budget all you want and expect something to happen in a certain way, and then you get this big thing. That's almost as bad as if, my truck blew up. Then there's $25,000, more than $25,000 I'd all of a sudden have to come up with that I wasn't budgeting for. So these things happen, and I don't know. I take offense to everything that has the word police attached to it being made to be some sort of, I don't know, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and I do want to assure counselors that departments can't just spend with abandon, because at the end, when we do these transfers, the money has to come from somewhere. So, I mean, that's what makes it a transfer. So, I mean, if they went over budget by, $500,000 or something, we're not going to be able to pull that out of somewhere else. So the system does create some accountability, but at the end of the year, if they budgeted, this much for paper and ended up not using as much, and it goes to another department because they need more, fuel, it's just a normal part of the process. So and I don't really see a lot of cause for concern. We're talking about $25,000 for fuel. I know that sounds like a lot of money for fuel, but for a city, it's not. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment or have a question? Okay. In that case, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes.
Fiscal year 22-154, the City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner and in accordance with Massachusetts general laws, fiscal year 22 end-of-year transfer request, moved that it be ordered that the sum of $61,000 be transferred from fiscal year 0100-7100-5991, short-term principal paydown, to fiscal year 22-0100-7520-5925, short-term interest. Balance in short-term principal paydown is $120,000. Majority vote required. There were more capital projects this year with bans that are underway than anticipated during last year's budget process.
Second, Ricketts? Were you
What is
done? Sorry.
Thank you. Is there a report from committee?
Positive unanimous recommendation.
Wonderful. Are there questions or comments? Yes.
Yeah, what does bans mean in this case?
It's a bond anticipation note.
Yes. The clerk is telling me yes. Bond anticipation note, what's the S stand for?
Might be plural. So am I correct in thinking that basically this is a means of paying off $61,000 of debt that we owe in some capacity?
That's how it appears to me.
It's what it looks like to me, too.
Was this discussed in Ways and Means?
I'm
I
sorry.
don't remember that question coming up.
I don't remember that question coming up. And what was the question, please?
So my question, this appears to me to be an attempt to basically pay off $61,000 of debt that we owe as a city. Am I correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Well, I think that's fantastic. I hope we do this more often.
Great. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? Great, moving along. Oh, we're done with transfers. All right. All right, Counselor Elmer, if you would like to read this for us, please. This is page. Okay, and this. Okay. So this is the one that had the legal opinion attached to it. Let's work our way through this methodically. So we have to start by reading the motion. We're on page 106.
Phil, your mic.
Oh, sorry, your microphone, please.
Yep. Move that it be ordered that the City Council of Greenfield amend the zoning ordinance, Chapter 200, to provide margins of protection for established neighborhoods in regards to the setback, placement, and tier size allowed for marijuana/cannabis cultivation facilities, and proposed limitations be put on zoning laws for established medium and high-density neighborhoods. And furthermore, to place a moratorium on all special permits for marijuana/cannabis cultivation to allow the city time to study existing cultivation establishments and to undertake a planning process to consider amending the zoning bylaws regarding cultivation facilities in residential areas, and further amends the table of contents and index of the code, and further that non-substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the city of Greenfield, 2/3 votes required. This actually got tabled in EDC. This language was put forward by the residents who asked us to move another measure ahead of it. Meanwhile, we have more language that's come on this same thing, the idea of a moratorium, that's come out of the planning board, which didn't get on the EDC agenda. So this had, I guess it's a negative recommendation because we tabled it.
So it wouldn't be a negative recommendation, it would be no recommendation.
No
So if there is no second to this motion, then it would be taken up in July. Or no, I'm sorry, if there is no second to this motion,
Then it goes back to committee, doesn't it?
well, it's already in the committee.
So then why is it?
So we don't need a second on this motion unless someone wants this motion to get defeated. And I'm not seeing anyone trying to second the motion.
This is going to come up again in new business.
We are going to bring something up under new business. Great. All right. The next part should be pretty simple. Do I have someone from A&O who wants to read this? This is the charter change that had to be rescinded.
I can read this.
Thank you. All right, this is page 216, so give me a minute to scroll.
Order number fiscal year 2022, 157. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council rescind the following order voted during the regular meeting held on February 16th, 2022. Order number fiscal year 2022-082. On February 16th, 2022, the Greenfield City Council, on a motion by Councilor Forgy, seconded by Councilor Mayo, it was by roll call, 10 yes, 0 no, that the City Charter, Article 6, Administrative Organizations, Section 6-11D, Public Safety Commission, powers and duties be amended as indicated below with bold text to be added and strike-through text to be removed. Section 6-11, Public Safety Commission. D, powers and duties, the commission shall assist the mayor in the supervision and oversight of all departments, fire, police, emergency management, dispatch, including the coordination of the administration of all departments with one another and with other city departments and agencies by making recommendations to the mayor concerning 1, setting priorities within the said departments, 2, the annual operating budget of all departments after the mayor and the commission have met with the public safety department's heads to discuss the proposed budgets. 3, the capital budget requests of all public safety departments shall be submitted to the mayor after the commission has met with the department heads to discuss the requests. The commission members may only inspect the departments on an annual basis in connection with budget review. Inspections can include facility and equipment maintenance, department records, status of policies and procedures, and reviews of any other aspect of the departments deemed necessary to the smooth operation of said departments. Inspections shall be made only after approval from the department head has been obtained to ensure it will not disrupt department operations. 4, final review for appointments and promotions of all personnel in the police and fire department shall be conducted by the commission and respective public safety department head. The public safety department head shall submit recommendations to the commission, and the commission, if it does not agree with said recommendation, shall submit written reasons for not concurring with said recommendations to the mayor. Appointments and promotions of public safety personnel shall be made in accordance with civil service law and general laws and local hiring policy requirements as defined by the mayor respectively, as they may apply to the city hiring process, HR and mayor. And that the city council further instructs the city clerk to submit the approval vote to the legislature of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and request said legislature to amend the city charter. Majority vote required.
Thank you. So that
Second,
was-
Disorder.
Thank you. So that was the rescission, correct?
Yes.
Can I get a report from the committee, if you remember?
Yeah, this was a positive unanimous recommendation.
Great. All right. So this one is just being rescinded because when the committee was working on it, they were working on a draft that was slightly out of date. So we have to rescind this and then pass the next one, which reflects what we had already voted on previously. So we're just trying to mind our P's and Q's here. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, so this is the vote to rescind, okay? All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Okay, next is the motion to amend as we had intended. Counselor Bullock, would you read that, please?
Gladly.
Thank you.
Order number fiscal year 2022-144. The City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Charter, Article 6, Administrative Organization, Section 6-11D, Public Safety Commission Powers and Duties be amended as indicated below with bold text to be added and strike-through text to be removed. Section 6-11, Public Safety Commission. D, powers and duties. The commission shall assist the mayor in the supervision and oversight of all departments, police, fire, emergency management, dispatch, including the coordination of the administration of all departments with one another and with other city departments and agencies by making recommendations to the mayor concerning 1, setting priorities within said departments, 2, the annual operating budget of all departments after the mayor and commission have met with the public safety department heads to discuss proposed budgets. 3, the capital budget requests of all public safety departments shall be submitted to the mayor after the commission has met with the department heads to discuss the requests provided. However, that commission members may only inspect the departments on an annual basis in connection with budget review. Inspections can include facility and equipment maintenance, department records, status of policies and procedures, and reviews of any other aspects of the departments deemed necessary to the smooth operation of said departments. Inspections shall be made only after approval of the department heads has been obtained to ensure it will not disrupt department operations. 4, final interviews for appointments and promotions of all personnel in the police and fire department shall be conducted by the commission and the respective public safety department heads. The public safety department heads shall submit recommendations to the commission, and the commission, if it does not agree with said recommendations, shall submit written reasons for not concurring with said recommendations to the mayor. Appointments and promotions of public safety personnel shall be made in accordance with collective bargaining agreements and applicable general laws and local hiring policy requirements as defined by the mayor. And that the city council further instructs the city clerk to submit the approved vote to the legislature of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and request said legislature to amend the city charter. Majority vote required.
Second. Thank you. All right, can I get a report from committee?
This was a positive unanimous recommendation. It was really just removing, like, gender markers, his to all, and changing chiefs to department heads, things like that.
All right, and then there's an amended version that went around that has, some non-substantive changes to it. So
Yeah,
department heads was changed to public safety department heads. There's one part where the word respective is inserted, the respective public safety department. The changes are in red text. If folks would like to have a moment to look at that. That's the language that is being proposed. Or I'll wait till the clerk returns, but would an amendment have to be made? Thank you. So if counselors feel comfortable with the text that just went around the table, an amendment could be made, and that amendment would have to be seconded.
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, now we're going to discuss the motion as amended. So,
You have to vote on the amendment.
oh, I'm sorry. Are we going to have discussion on the amendment? No, okay. All in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, now we're going to talk about the motion as amended. And again, this is something we already voted on, but we were working off of an old draft, so we're just fixing things up. Anyone have any questions or comments? Seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. All right. That wraps that part up. Next, we have appointments and reappointments. Would someone like to read that?
I'll read it.
Thank you.
Order number FY 22-156. The City Council move that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council pursuant to the Charter Section 2-10 affirm the following appointments and reappointments by the mayor. Appointments, the Council on Aging, Randy Handelman, term to expire December 31st, 2022, short-term replacement for Mary Williford. Human Rights Commission, Philippe Simon, term to expire June 30th, 2023, short-term to replace Carol McDaniel. Human Rights Commission, Irene Woods, term to expire December 31st, 2024, short-term to replace Maureen Lyons. Mayor's Task Force Against Domestic Violence, Scott Smith, term to expire December 31st, 2024, short-term to replace Irene Woods. Sustainable Greenfield Implementation Committee, Walter Kim Boas, term to expire June 30th, 2025. Reappointments, Council on Aging, Margaret Peg Saulnier, term to expire June 30th, 2025. Housing Authority, Trish Leonard, term to expire June 30th, 2027. Sustainable Greenfield Implementation Committee, Nancy Hazard, term to expire June 30th, 2025. Majority vote required.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Ricketts.
Thank you. Do we have a report from committee?
This was a positive unanimous recommendation.
Wonderful. Do we have any questions or comments?
Comments?
Yes.
Okay, I know most of the people on this list. I'm so impressed, I'm happy, and no matter what negativity people have to say about Greenfield right now, people continue to step up and do the work. So I thank all these people for coming forward.
Thank you. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Next, we have the resolution. This resolution came from Councilor Bottomley, and I wish that he was here and able to fully participate with us.
We want to wait till next month, please, here?
I don't know if someone wants to make this motion in his absence, or if this is something where he would want to be present.
I have a question.
Yes.
I mean, he probably wants to own it, but I'm just wondering, is this time sensitive and it should be sooner than later? Maybe Councilor DeSorga or Councilor Elmer know, but.
Yes, Councilor DeSorga?
I'm going to go ahead and bring that forward because I imagine that,
You want to make the motion?
yes, okay?
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Oh, yes, please read the
Okay.
resolution.
The city council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council approves the resolution titled, "A Resolution Regarding the Continued Services of O'Reilly, Talbot, and Oaken, acting as the licensed site professional, LSP, for the brownfield cleanup of the Lunt property at 298 Federal Street, RTN 118869. See attached in Exhibit A." Majority vote required. Shall I read the resolution into the record?
I'm sorry? You don't have to. We do have it in front of us, so if folks wanted to discuss this. I'm sorry, I need Counselor Lapinski seconded, correct? Or do we need to wait?
It was one of us seconded it. We kind of both raised our hands at the same time, so you can put whoever you want down for the record.
Okay,
I'm not jealous of seconds,
okay,
except for food, you know.
fair enough. All right. Yes, Counselor Forgy.
I'm thinking that this, I'm thinking that this resolution should be read into the public record.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, would somebody like to read the resolution?
By all means, Chris, go ahead and read it.
I'll read it. Resolution of the Greenfield City Council regarding the continued services of O'Reilly, Talbot, and Oaken, acting as the licensed site professional for the brownfield cleanup of the Lunt property at 298 Federal Street, RTN 18869. Whereas it is confirmed by the recent Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection audit report that OTO has failed to conduct an adequate and thorough characterization and assessment of the extent of the contamination on the Lunt property, especially pertaining to trichloroethylene contaminants and other dense non-aqueous phase liquids. Whereas it is confirmed by the DEP audit that OTO failed to implement the necessary contaminant containment to isolate the TCE contamination and to prevent further TCE spread and exposure to the public. Whereas OTO allowed the premature opening of the detox unit before necessary contaminant controls were established. Failure to properly test indoor air resulted in an emergency situation in which the DEP highest category imminent hazard alert was triggered. Imminent hazard alerts are based in part on the potential for carcinogenic health effects, whereas failure by OTO resulted in the unnecessary exposure to vapors of chlorinated solvents, primarily TCE, to the staff and residents occupying the Franklin Recovery Center, whereas such actions or lack of actions by OTO continue to unnecessarily expose workers and residents to vapors of chlorinated solvents without their knowledge or consent, whereas OTO failed to design and install a groundwater collection and treatment system as proposed in the 2012 Phase 2 report and reaffirmed in their FERCOG analysis, whereas the city turned over the preparation of the Public Involvement Plan, PIP, to 401 Liberty LLC, Rayford Pellegrino, the lessee of the Lunt property, who has a financial conflict of interest in the outcome, whereas OTO has lost the confidence of the public by other actions, whereas
By the above actions.
by the above actions, pardon me, whereas by failing to adequately control the contamination and to prevent the continuing migration of contamination off-site, it significantly increases the city's exposure to potential liability related to the hazardous waste present at the Lunt property. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Greenfield has lost confidence in the further involvement of OTO acting as the LSP of the Lunt property cleanup and directs the Mayor of Greenfield to retain the services of a different LSP who will gain control of the remaining contaminants at the Lunt property and actually implement the public involvement plan to guide the cleanup process going forward.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this resolution? None? Counselor Lapinski?
I mean, I'm in favor, but I can't add anything. There's already so much here.
All right.
I just want to say something.
Yes, please.
I've just been really blown away to learn about this situation, and I wish that this had more teeth, and I will be voting for it. And I hope that you do the right thing, Mayor, and hire someone else to do this work.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this topic? Yes, Counselor DeSorger.
I think that when John wrote this, he mentioned the conflict of interest, but the audit specifically asked the city to clean this up. And actually, the person that is paying for the cleanup is the developer. So I think there definitely is a conflict of interest. I would encourage everybody, I understood the mayor's point of view that it was 60 days. Some things need to be done within 60 days, but there actually was another LSP that came to some of the PIP meetings, and it is not that difficult to read the material and follow along with the things that were going to be done. I think the city would feel safer, and we would be safer with a new LSP.
Thank you. And I get the sense that the residents have also lost confidence in OTO, so yes, I understand. All right. All in favor?
Roll call, please.
Yes, we can have a roll call vote.
I actually have a comment to make, if I could.
Go ahead.
OTO is a reputable organization. My wife has used them as an architect. You've used them. I do believe they failed to adequately clean up the property, and I hear the conflict of interest issues. I guess it bothers me that an organization that's done good work in the past is being thrown under the bus. Anyway, I thought something should be said in their defense. And the mayor's in a tough spot here, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. All right, so now we're ready for a roll call vote.
Counselor Golub?
Yes?
Counselor DeSorger?
Yes.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes.
Counselor Lapinski?
Yes.
Counselor Healy?
Abstain.
Counselor Elmer?
Yes.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts?
Yes.
Counselor Toronzo?
Yes.
Does the president wish to vote?
I'll vote yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, the motion passes. Okay, next we have a resolution submitted by Counselor Lapinski. Since you are present, you can make that motion.
Sure.
So on 231 where it
Yes,
says.
so am I reading the top part or the bottom part?
So you're gonna start reading where it says the city council moved that it be ordered and then go through.
And do I read the bottom part as well, even though it says the same thing?
No.
Okay. So move that it be ordered, the Greenfield City Council approves the attached resolution. Resolved that the City Council finds full and appropriate reason to declare that Police Chief Robert Haig has lost the confidence of the citizens of Greenfield, and finds further reason to declare that Mayor Roxanne Wiedegartner, due to her public support of Chief Haig, has similarly lost the confidence of the citizens of Greenfield. The City Council therefore calls on the mayor to rectify this crisis of confidence either by firing Chief Haig immediately or by resigning from office. Majority vote required.
Thank you. Do I have a second? All right, I don't see a second, so we're going to move
On to the next, yep.
All right, so next we have presentation of petitions and similar papers.
That's kind of interesting.
Do any of the committee chairs wish to report on their committees?
I'd like to,
Yes, please.
the EDC actually addressed and gave a positive recommendation to a land transfer that was submitted to us by the mayor. It's not on the agenda here, so what do? Wait till the next meeting?
So if it's not on this month's agenda, I assume that it would be on for next month. Is that?
Step in the process of the sale of town-owned land, it will possibly come forward. It probably won't be next month, but possibly come forward in
Okay.
one of the first steps. Do you want me to say?
Can-
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we get that?
No secrets here.
So that is one of the steps in the process for the sale of town-owned land. That is more towards the beginning of the sale. What will happen if EDC forwarded a positive recommendation is that comment will be sent to the planning department. They will get all the comments from the departments that have been asked for them. They'll be combined, and then it will move forward
Got it.
depending on the comments.
That helps. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other reports from any other committees? Great. Unfinished business. Old business. Okay, we've got a few things under new business. I'm sorry, were you trying to get my attention? I thought I heard.
Well, I have something under, I'm not sure if it's old or unfinished business, but I have a motion here with regard to Charter Section 7-7, which was supposed to have been discussed in a committee, but the committee, or I'm sorry, voted on in a committee, but the committee refused to vote on it, and so I'd like to make the motion here and then get it on the agenda for next month. I'm not sure if that's new business or old business.
That one is, that's kind of
know
in
what
the
I mean?
works right now. Counselor Gwynn, sorry, Vice President Gwynn isn't here right now, but he and I had a conversation about how we're going to work on that moving forward. So that is gonna go back to A&O.
Right,
And
but
it got rescheduled. We had to cancel a meeting and then everything kind of fell apart after that, so.
Okay, that's not my point. My point is that when it was put on the agenda for that subcommittee, it was put on under discussion, which means that it couldn't be voted on and sent to council. So I'm doing this to get it sent to council.
No, that's, so it's actually gonna take a slightly different form, so it needs to stay at A&O.
What does that mean exactly?
So we're not gonna deal with it the way we dealt with the other, charter revisions, but I need to get more details on the process moving forward. So it's gonna have to stay at A&O until we've got that solidified. And like I,
Except that, so are you saying it's gonna be voted on in A&O and sent to council, or it's just gonna get discussed and kicked the can down the road, as they say?
I can't speak for Vice President Gwynn, he's not present right now. He was working on getting some details on how we move forward with this, but it's not something that we can move forward on tonight.
No, but we can make the motion tonight, and then it can be on the agenda for next month.
Okay, if you would like to make the motion, you can make the motion.
I'm gonna make the motion because it doesn't seem like anyone else is gonna do anything about this, and we've got a lot of citizens asking about it. And quite frankly, I think that there's an effort among several members of this council to deliberately suppress it, which is too bad. This is not actually the issue I feel the most strongly about, but a lot of citizens have been contacting me, and I think it's worth doing something. So, this says, this is the same thing I submitted. I submitted this in March. It was delayed initially to get around the budget meetings, and then it was further delayed to wait for in-person subcommittees, which then was not allowed for some reason, and now it's just simply being put under discussion, so it can't be voted on. I think it's a shame. Move to amend Section 7-7 of the Charter of the City of Greenfield by striking the words, "not less than 10% of the total number of voters voting in the most recent biennial town election," and the word "but" from subsection C, adding the words, "and shall submit the proposed measure without alteration to the voters for determination at the next regular election, whether it be a city or state election," and that's adding it to subsection D and striking subsection E in its entirety.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, we don't have a second, so that's going to stay on committee chairs and A&O, so we can work through it with Vice President Gwynn.
Bet you it'll come back before this council one way or another.
All right, that's enough. Okay, new business. We have a couple things on new business. I want to start with an easy one. Councilor Forgy has been doing a lot of work on Ways and Means and is asking to step down from appointments and ordinances. So we are going to need someone to fill in on that committee. In case anyone wasn't aware, Councilor Golub is also on that committee because that's one of the committees that Councilor Jarvis was on. So anyone, also, so you have A&O and Ways and Means. If there's anyone who would like to be appointed to A&O, you don't have to identify yourself right now. I have one person that said something in the past, but I don't want to hold them to it just in case. So if someone will, okay, Counselor, I didn't want to call you out because it was a long time ago when you said that to me.
Okay, yes, I will be on A&O.
Okay, so we're going to add Counselor Ricketts to A&O so that we have 5 people. We need 3 for a quorum. Wonderful. Okay.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
Is it correct that last meeting you sat in because we weren't going to have a quorum?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and, I don't mind doing that. I do like to pretend I have some semblance of a life outside of work and city council. But it gets to be really difficult doing it all the time because if I'm not prepared to come to a meeting and I haven't read everything that is being discussed, that puts everyone at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I only ask because had the charter section that Councilor Lipiansky is mentioning been brought forth and you hadn't showed up, we wouldn't have had a quorum because he didn't attend that evening.
Right.
I notified the committee chairs in advance that I wasn't available that day.
Right, but we still have to have a quorum if we're going to vote on anything. And that was also one where, because I think I had 20 minutes notice. So I didn't have a lot of time to do like tons of catching up. Okay. All right, the next one is the use of City of Greenfield social media platforms for the purpose of intimidation, retaliation against an individual or a group. Who would like to start this discussion? Or actually, do we want to take a recess before we start this discussion? I'm actually a little thirsty.
Yes, so moved.
Can we have 5 minutes? I just want to get a drink of water,
We need a
please.
second. We don't need a second. You can just declare it. But she hasn't done that yet.
She needs a break, then
Yep,
take a break.
5 minutes,
then.
folks.
Almost done
Okay,
now,
there we go.
right?
All right, we are going to reconvene after our recess. We are,
I'm just saying it's
okay.
10:19.
It is 10:19.
And we're back.
All right. So, we are under new business. We're in the home stretch here, folks. So we're starting the discussion on the use of City of Greenfield social media platforms for the purpose of intimidation, retaliation against an individual or group. Who wants to start the discussion? I'm sorry, I was talking to the clerk. Is there anyone who wanted to get this one started?
Can it go away?
Yes, Councilor Lapiansky.
Well, I would love to hear the motivation for putting this on the agenda. It's a little bit of an unusual item, and I'm not even sure who put it on. I have stuff to say, but I would love to hear why it came about first.
So this went onto the agenda because there were counselors who were getting harassing phone calls and were feeling bullied on social media because of some posts that went out on public City of Greenfield social media platforms. Not platforms, I'm sorry, pages.
And so you put it on the agenda? Or?
A few of us put a few different things on the agenda that all kind of got sort of mushed together, for lack of a better word. I was getting a lot of phone calls and a lot of complaints from counselors. I had one person tell me that they felt like they were unsafe because somebody was yelling and screaming at them on the phone and making vague threats. I've had a number of people reach out to me to ask if I felt like I was safe, which, I mean, I don't scare very easy, so, but I can't speak to other people. I mean, I live with my family. There are other people who might live alone, maybe are a little bit more intimidated by people. You know, I'm healthy, able-bodied, you know, I don't feel like I have a lot to be scared of. Yes.
As I kind of alluded to earlier, kind of bunched into what I was saying after the Human Rights Commission commissioner spoke. I hate social media. I know a lot of people use it. I know a lot of people, I do very slightly use it. But I would say from what I've been alerted to by others who are essentially like, hey, did you see this? I can say that there's some irresponsibility. And I know that that word is going to get tossed. We got called irresponsible for taking things into consideration. But I think that was deliberation. That was whether or not someone's feelings about it are that the decisions on the budget were knee-jerk or wrong, or they were for it, or whatever their feelings are about it. That's fine. We all can have our opinions about it, and there's ways of expressing that. There's also irresponsible ways for that was deliberation, and it came to, and that's what the body is supposed to do. That's what we're supposed to do in creating a budget, and in order to pass the entire budget. What I don't think is a responsible thing to do is to gin up the public, especially coming from a city of Greenfield's, any of the sites, and not even just on this one issue, but is ginning up the public with information that's taken from some only little snippets of what was being said. I would implore more citizens to be active, involved, engaged, watch the meetings, and stop looking at social media for the answers, because all you're getting is somebody's little quote taken out of context, or, I mean, it could be a really bad quote, and that wouldn't matter the context, but some things are not considered when all you're seeing is somebody's, I would say, same thing, knee-jerk reaction on a post that then, whether or not the intent was deliberate to have a retaliatory nature or blowback towards us or any other member of the city, I just think there should, again, be like a deep breath taken before posting things, especially if it's representative of the city, and kind of think about like what that could possibly cause and lead to as well. Especially from people who should know better. And, you know, there's, again, why I encourage the public in general to familiarize themselves, even if they're not going to be on any committee or commission or run for city council, just have at least a cursory knowledge of how some things work, so that when we're getting calls, and I've talked with a lot of people, and once I've talked with them and have the chance to explain, even just process, they kind of back down, because they're like, oh, I didn't know that's how it worked. So-and-so said this. And if the threads start on somebody's personal page with misinformation or something that ends up, you know, escalating, then that's that personal page's thing. But if it's coming from a city page, again, even if the intent doesn't get there, then I feel that it's also beholden to the person that's in charge of said city page. If it starts to get out of hand, take it down. You know, I'm not against freedom of speech. I'm not trying to censor anybody from it. I just think that it's not something that we should be encouraging, because it's not helpful. It's not helpful.
Thank you. Okay, next ahead, Counselor Lapinski.
So I have a question for either Danny or the mayor. Is it correct that any post that is on an official City of Greenfield page has to be approved through the mayor's office? I've heard that. Is that true?
Hi, that is actually not true. We have a communications office, communications director, who works with and meets with the people who manage the various social media pages on a regular basis, but we don't approve posts.
I understand. Thank you so much. So here's my thoughts on this, and I don't have a Facebook account or any of that stuff, and it's not by accident, right? That whole thing is a trash fire, and I'm so glad I'm not part of it. But with that said, up until public comment tonight, I have not heard a peep from anyone. I had one letter from a police officer, which didn't even include contact information for a follow-up. It just said, I've always wanted this job and I hope I don't get cut. And then I got one phone call, which was in support of the vote that we took, and I have not had, and one person approached me in public, and that was just a couple days ago. And so I don't know why I personally haven't been subjected to that, but we shouldn't be, because we're not taking these votes out of spite, I don't think. I'm certainly not. I know there's been discussion of I might as well just say this. I am not a political person. I was not registered to vote. I actually had to register to vote in order to be eligible to run for council, and I only did that because nobody else was willing to do it. And so I can speak for myself that I don't vote for political reasons. I have no political ambitions. I will not be running for re-election. And as a matter of fact, just this morning, my roommate was telling me that I should run for mayor, and I said, you should run for mayor. and so just to get that out of the way, and then, but who's being political is the police. The police union took out a big op-ed in the Recorder, and I don't think it's appropriate for public servants to be putting their thumb on the scales like that, regardless of the opinion, regardless of even why. The city council has to be able to do its job. The police say that about themselves all the time, but they're not letting us do our job. They're making a hostile environment where we're not able to decide how much money the taxpayers want to spend. I'm not sure what we're going to do about that, but it's not appropriate, and whoever's been putting these posts up should just be terminated for cause.
Could President Gilmore, could you recognize me, just because there's something, since Councilor Lipinski asked me a procedural, operational question about social media. I had a couple other points I want to make about that.
Yes, I might have a follow-up question.
Okay, good. So I started working for the city in December of 2019. I overlapped with my predecessor, Mark Smith, for 3 business days. One of the things that he brought to me was policies they'd started working on, things they wanted to work on, they thought were a good idea. The city itself didn't have a social media policy at that time. The police department did. I think they enacted theirs in 2011 and then updated it in 2017. I wrote the social media policy that we recently negotiated with all the unions that work internally for the city, because we didn't have one, and I needed to see something that would protect employees from their own personal, constitutionally protected speech, and also keep communication of the city going forward. There wasn't a communications position in the city. There is now. We have put out more information. We have been more communicative than I've lived here a long time. We have been more communicative than any administration in the past. Part of that is the world. The world is like instantaneous on social media and all these things. So I actually take pride in that. There's a downside, and that is that information gets out there super fast all the time, different ways. The way that certain people word the information that is being put out there isn't the same as somebody else, and it isn't always taken in the right way. Just like if a department head is interviewed by Western Mass News about some emergency, they are not required to talk to the mayor's office to vet what they're going to say. They're the expert in that area, and we let them say it. And so in a heated time like this, seeing some of the recent posts by the police department, which is I think what everybody's talking about, would incited some people to see it as bullying, some people to see it as this, some people to say it as that. It's a little bit subjective, because I do think that when you put something out that's meant to be a memo as a social media post, it definitely hits different. There's a language difference that you need to be using on social media that I think communications experts and professionals know how to do, and that's not something we have in every single department. We have one person who's trained in that in the city. That said, I think that it is not subjective sometimes when it is obvious bullying, and city employees have been the butt of that. So if this council is going to take up a non-agenda item just to talk about what the tone is like on social media, I think they need to look internally. I have personally been told by members of this council, said things on social media, posted, not taken down after, like they stand by it, telling me, suggesting I violently choke on my raise. I have had people post my address online saying where I live, the assistant to the assistant. I mean, the most tame things are that, we're making stuff up out of thin air and that we're doing things in secret. And then the worst things are things like that. So you are exactly right. Social media is kind of a cesspool in that way. But if you're going to really think about the fact that one post by a city department after a major budget cut that people are finding to be really reactionary, I feel like this is out of the purview of this council, personally. And the fact that we have more things in place to communicate what we're doing in the city than we ever have before, we should be glad for. But people need to take their own personal responsibility on how they take that and take it. I still go to work every day, even though people do that stuff. So, sorry, I'm a little out of order, and I'm probably in trouble.
No, that's fine. No, you're not in trouble. Counselor DeSor, does anyone have anything while Danny is up here? I'm sorry, Director Letourneau. Was it for Director Letourneau?
No, it doesn't matter. Oh, what? Name-wise, I mean.
Well, it could be, but it was just sort of in general on the question, but I didn't want to ignore what Danny said either. That was a valid point, what each person says. And I think in the heat of the moment, if somebody says one thing, that's I personally haven't said things that I haven't done that. I don't talk like that. But I feel like in this case, this is a good discussion to have, because actually, actions have consequences. Yes, does this raise an awareness of an issue? Does it raise an awareness that there were budget cuts? Yes, it does. But there are words that you use. I worked in public safety my whole life. I worked in an ER where we had huge cuts and where, people that I worked with were riffed. As a matter of fact, I was the last man standing. My shift changed. But we didn't say anything like, we're not going to have the ER open at night. We didn't send out a media post. Maybe it wasn't as common then. We didn't really have a Facebook page for the ER that said something like, this person that we all know had slashed our budget and no one was going to be safe, because actually that doesn't promote a feeling of peace in our community. It disturbs the community.
The hospitals have a team of highly paid, highly educated, skilled crisis communication people.
I'm sure. And I'm sure they do. And we're all just people.
We're people.
And but I do think, I personally felt, some people felt there was an increased awareness. I'm going to read to you some of the things that they're on the Facebook posts that, the one, fine. But day after day, I don't think it's okay. Get off your keyboards and act. I hope all homes are protected. if cops aren't available, take care of things yourself. For those that defunded, here's another one, for those that defunded the police, they should be put on a list and not allowed to call 911 during an emergency. No one is going to feel safe, is another quote. Another one, self-organized, we will need self-organized armed authority with power to coerce others. And then, just recently, the problem for you, and this was in an email, the problem for you as an elected body is the possibility of personal harm or death, a direct result of your decision. It's not okay. It's not okay how I feel coming into this, because I didn't say things like that. This was reactions to posts. I want to be very clear. Those statements did not come from any of our paid employees, but we have to be careful with the wording. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with how I felt coming into this tonight, and I've heard other counselors that actually felt the same way. And no, I'd be the last person that you would put in a media as a technology wizard or the writer of all of these posts.
I did your social media for you when you ran.
Yes, she had, right, because I didn't know how to make a Facebook page, so there you go. And as a matter of fact, the one that I have, I don't really know how to check it very well. That's the truth. When I make a post, it's like an act of Congress. But, I know. But I've been hurt by that, I've been afraid, and it's not okay, because I was just doing my job.
Yes, Councilor Ricketts.
Yes, I just want to say that this is a two-way street. When I was council president, there was a counselor who was putting lots of stuff out on social media about a department and just slamming employees and talking about salaries, and there was nothing that we really could do about it. And that was coming from one of our counselors. So I want to be careful about what we're saying and how we're all up in arms now about the police. Like, the minute this vote was going on last time, I knew what the reaction was going to be the next day. Did I not say, people are going to be so upset, they're going to go crazy? How did anybody not see that coming? I wasn't upset, I own it, and like Councilor Toronzo said, or Councilor Hurley, I'm not sure, is when people were calling and sending emails, when I explained to them why I did what I did, only because of that $1 million figure was so ridiculous, people were fine and people backed down and they understood. As far as the police post and stuff, it didn't bother me. Of course they were going to feel that way. I don't know what department could have got hit that hard and not reacted that way. I came into this job with a thick skin. You just have to. People are going to be upset. And a lot of these people were my friends. I know them really well. And I say to them, if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't. I agree with Councilor Healy. I would have never compromised. And so I can see both sides of it, but let's be clear. If the police post something there and there's a whole string of things happening and they're not police that are saying it, it's other people, that's just social media in general. You could stay off of it, or, if you want to read it and stuff and you get your feelings hurt, I don't know what to say to people. None of it bothers me. It's a tough job. I like it, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to make those hard decisions. But I'm going to look in the mirror, too, because sometimes people come at me. I'm going to say what I want to say out there, and I'm going to stand by it. But I stay as respectful as I can. Not like back in the day when I had my own site. I am so much better at it now, but I understand it. But we were talking about people's jobs, their livelihoods. So if there's a little anger coming out there and stuff, I understand it. I have compassion for it, and you know, I just hope that we get, you know, a little middle ground. I think today, when that resolution didn't go through, I think that will calm people down a little bit, and that, you know, we're going to start talking in these groups, whether it be with human rights or whatever, or the mayor putting forward that audit. And I know Councilor 4G is really wanting to have, you know, some kind of a board put together that's sort of like a public safety, but a citizens board, so that we can work hand in hand with the police. So there's so much positive thinking and things going on. So for every one negative thing that's happening in Greenfield right now, for me, there's like 45 good things happening. So let the talk keep going, because people are at least paying attention, and people are emailing, and they're understanding what we do. And if it took this for them to pay attention, I'm really sorry it's hurting some people, but, you know, people need to pay attention. So thank you.
So, okay, I'm going to go to Counselor Bullock, and then I'm recognizing myself next.
I will say that I have been shocked at a couple of the recent posts by the Greenfield Police Department. I have also been shocked about some emails that I got. I will also say that I've gotten hundreds of emails. I've talked to probably at least 100 people in the last 2 weeks about this, face-to-face, on the phone, constituents in my precinct and other precincts. So it's a little mind-blowing that some people haven't. And I'll say that I got many emails about this before the budget was finalized, in support of cutting the police department's budget. I've continued to get those emails, and I have appreciated hearing the other side over the last few weeks. For the first time, I've responded to some of those emails, especially everyone that's in my precinct that's identified themselves and had communication about it. But the thing about social media, and we talked about this a little bit in A&O, and we haven't formalized anything around like a code of conduct and ethics. Danny, I've seen one post that a counselor made. I was shocked that that's acceptable behavior between like a city employees. I think if we don't have a code of conduct within our city that says we don't talk to each other like that on social media, we absolutely need one. But, you know, the bigger issue for the police department post for me was that this is the primary function of public safety in our city. They've received a 9 to 10% budget reduction. Nobody defunded the police. No, you know, like for me personally, I've actually written to this council multiple years in a row saying that our police budget was bloated. If you look at the graph, the police budget has continued to go up. So, and we haven't invested in other measures of public safety, right? So if we wanted to continue to fund the police and it also invest in other public safety, in public health, in our planning board, and other functions of the city, maybe we would have that conversation, but we haven't had those conversations yet. I was shocked that our main function of public safety would rile the citizens up in this way with no check. I talked to so many neighbors who were the city council / the K-9 unit. Chief Gordon said in a public safety commission meeting that he cut the K-9 program because I brought up K-9 stipends. Me personally, he used my names, he used my quote out of context.
What?
I never said cut the K-9 budget. And the fact that our police department would make a public safety decision on a program out of spite is dangerous. And in the next sentence, he said that he did it now because he knew the public would fund it, which is manipulative. Like if, you know, our schools raise money all the time. If our superintendent got on social media and said, we didn't get a sped teacher this year in the budget, so we're gonna stop teaching special ed in our schools. The city council didn't approve, the mayor didn't approve a budget for a special ed teacher. So we're not teaching kids with disabilities anymore. It would be unacceptable. If the DPW said, we're not filling potholes anymore because we didn't get our $30,000 to pave the parking lot, it would be unacceptable. And, you know, that for me, more than like the bullying, whatever, like, I signed up for this, I knew it was gonna be rough. I knew no one's, you know, you're gonna get more haters than lovers, and that's rung true. But I'm concerned on a city level that we still don't have a proposed budget. Like, there was nothing concrete that came to the Public Safety Commission to say, this is a concrete plan of how we're gonna deal with a budget reduction, like, let's actually get to work. And we also don't know the next steps for our chief of police that's on leave. So those are like the concrete things. I'm like, these public posts, these public social media posts are inflaming, they're fanning the flames, they're not getting anything done. Yeah, that, I said more
We'll
than I
say
had
that
to.
when people post, you know, departments post things that maybe don't hit right, I would debate the fact that it goes unchecked. These are just conversations that are happening internally, and I won't use this particular example as that, but we learn from each of these things, for sure. And the judgment came yesterday as you guys probably know, yesterday.
I'm sorry, did you say the judgment came out yesterday?
Yesterday.
I did
I'm just
not know
saying that because I want you guys to know it came
Front page of the recorder this
yesterday.
morning, President Gilmore.
I was
So
working,
in
I'm
terms of
sorry.
like, I know this is off topic and I'm probably out of order, but you know, I just want to make sure people know that the people in City Hall are not sitting on their hands. We are working on things. We are trying to be creative to get what we need to get done, knowing that you guys don't have any way, even if you wanted to put that money back in the budget. I've been a city councilor. I work for the mayor. I work for the city. I've lived here a long time. I love Greenfield. That is why I work for the city. I could work somewhere else.
So I actually did have a couple of things I wanted to bring up, partially questions, partially comments, but Councilor Ricketts mentioned that there was a counselor who made some inflammatory posts on Facebook, and that person received a cease and desist, and I don't know if that was...
From who?
I just know it came from the mayor's office, so I don't know how heavily you were involved in that, but
We
I
have
don't know if
not
you-
issued a cease and desist letter to a city
That-
councilor.
I was gonna say anyone's name. That
No.
person is not present, so I can't...
So the mayor's office has not issued a cease and desist letter to any counselor for any
Issued it
topic
then.
the entire time I've worked here. Not a legal, written by a lawyer, official legal cease and desist letter. That's not true. It has
I
not
would
happened.
have to talk to that counselor to see if that, I'll give you, without the person being here, all I
No,
can do is...
I
give
know
you
what
the
you're
benefit of
talking
the
about,
doubt.
and that was
Yeah.
actually a different topic, but it was,
Okay.
no one issued a cease and desist letter.
Could you clarify what that was then?
That was
Just-
about posting information that was in executive session of negotiations while we were negotiating with the DPW union. And the mayor wrote to, I called Councilor Mayo, and then the mayor also wrote to him and said,
Well, I guess he's name checked now.
okay. So, and just clarified that the percentages and the dollar amounts that he was quoting were incorrect. And we asked him to please put the right info out there. There was no cease and desist letter, though. I've heard that as well. I've also heard that I am the head of Antifa and that I plan meetings on Highland Avenue in a safe house.
Oh, I was gonna try and...
I don't live on Highland Avenue. I'm not a member of any group of such. And I live on Garfield Street, which everybody on certain Facebook pages knows.
Heard
So,
that too. It's
what I was going to say, though, and maybe it's not relevant whether there was a cease and desist or what have you, but if a public page that is being owned and, you know, that is operated by the city of Greenfield is posting information that's incorrect, like you said, we were getting phone calls from people, and most of the people that I talked to were pretty reasonable. I had a few people that were kind of angry, and I talked them down and sort of talked about, you know, the spending per capita and issues like that. And I also mentioned to them that this is something that we started talking about before, it was May 6th when it was in the newspaper the last time. After May 6th, everyone thinks that changed our minds. And we were having the discussion since March, you know, and even last year when we were talking about capital, we were having these discussions. So that calmed a lot of folks down. I'm not weighing in on social media for all the reasons everyone up here has said. But it seems to me that when we're getting phone calls from people asking us to do something that we can't do, and they're already mad, what happens?
You have just described my average workday.
Okay.
But I
don't
will
get paid
say,
for it,
in
though.
terms of the thing about if a employee who is an administrator of a social media page run by the city posts something incorrect, untruthful, we would figure out where they got the information, whether it was put out there accidentally or on purpose, and the appropriate measures in discipline would happen, and we would take it down and archive it. We can't take things down and get rid of them because social media is a public record. And so we have to archive all the pages, all the quotes, all the comments. So even comments that we take down for profanity or off topic, we don't actually get rid of them. They're all archived because that is Massachusetts public record law. So to the point of incorrect information, we strive to put out correct information. Sometimes it's not, the tone may not be right. We think it may be correct at the time, and then we have to correct it. Typos happen. I'm the queen of typos. I don't do the social media, so that's good, because if I did, you would know right away because it would have typos in it.
Okay. We'll look out for the typos. Did anyone else? Okay. Councilor Healy hasn't spoken yet.
I was just gonna say, I do follow the Greenfield Police Facebook page. And some of the sentiment I took out of the previous meetings from constituents was, well, what do the police even do? They don't do anything. So I think what they're doing is showing all the hard work they do, right? So my daughter goes to the middle school. There was a social media threat to the middle school. 2 cops were there. Within that same day, they identified the suspect. They brought him back from Chicopee, and they, you know, I'm not saying it could have been a school shooting, but they acted on it because 2 parents called. So I think it's important to recognize the things they do, and by putting it on social media, it makes us more aware of all the different things they are doing for the community, because nobody knows what they do apparently. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken yet on this topic? Oh, yes, Councilor Elmer.
Yeah, a dumpster fire is a good description of social media. But as a, philosophically, as a journalist, the answer to bad speech is more speech, not suppression of speech. So if you don't like what they're saying, get out there and argue with them, and that's how you do it. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so I had Councilor Lapinski, and then I'll go back to you because you both have spoken.
So, in addition to my not having heard from the people who spoke very much about me at public comment tonight, including police officers, in the last month, I also didn't really hear anything from anyone before we took the vote. I mean, I heard from people who wanted us to cut, but none of these people said anything beforehand when there was something that could have been changed, and I don't see responsibility being taken on the part of the people who dropped the ball on their end. They lost. And it would be nice if they would say, hey, look, you know, number one, we messed up politically, but number two, what are the things we were doing that caused people to feel this way? It's not for nothing. I don't see the police, no one from the police department has reached out to me, for example, to apologize for trying to stop me from getting on the ballot, which is so flagrantly illegal that if anyone who wasn't a cop did it, they'd be in jail now. And it's not the kind of thing, I wasn't gonna say anything about that until the budget came up. It was what it was, but it's not the kind of thing you should do to someone who's gonna be voting on your budget, just honestly. And there's no accountability for the behavior, and I'm deeply frustrated. This is not a Greenfield problem. We live in a country that really likes our police. And many of you know, because I wrote an op-ed about this, that I think the Greenfield police do a lot of good things, right? As a matter of fact, I've had one encounter with Greenfield police since that vote, and it was entirely professional. They probably could have cited me for something, they chose not to. They just went with the general culture of letting something go that wasn't hurting anybody. And so I am not saying individual officers, it's not even about that. But you know what? No, the department should not be name-checking counselors and saying, I'm doing this to spite you because you brought up a dog. And quite frankly, if the acting chief really said that, he should not be on the job tonight. That is not okay. That is a threat to public safety. And if the police are going to continue to do things like this, I think a lot of the officers on the force are doing a good job, but if the force collectively is going to be playing politics, that's not keeping anybody safe. And they're not, I don't see them owning up to it. I would like to see the police coming to us hat in hand and saying, our behavior has not always been the best. Here are some of the officers, and we don't support them, and we would be happy if you fired them, and we would like to start with a new leaf and try to do our job. The police work for us. We don't work for the police, and I should not have to say that. We don't owe them anything. They sign up for a job. We pay them to protect us, and that's all. We don't have to beg them to do it, and they're not entitled to our money, even though I think a lot of the work they do is good work.
Thank you. Next I had Counselor Bullock, unless there's someone who hasn't, okay, Counselor Golub. Well, you haven't spoken yet, so the way we do it is counselors who haven't spoken yet get to go first.
Sure. Thank you. I'm curious if there's a proposal. I have not been looking at Facebook because I didn't want to freak myself out, honestly, before doing this, and had a couple of conversations with counselors who said, no, this has been scary, and hopefully you're safe doing this. Honestly, that I had trepidations, but I haven't luckily been looking at it myself. And I'm curious what the proposal would be coming out of this conversation. And I don't want to be on the hook for creating a code of conduct, but I really appreciated the suggestion that might be a possibility. And I don't know. I'm still learning the process, but what might the proposal
So this
here
is
be?
just a discussion because we had a whole lot happen last month. And I had a whole lot of counselors contact me asking, okay, so what are we going to do about this? And we sort of struggled with this at chairs when we were deciding like what's the way forward, because we have to respond to our community and our constituents, but in so many ways our hands are tied, so like this was wrapped up in the judicial branch and the executive is involved, where the legislative, so we can't really cross the streams, So
What does that mean?
this was just about having that discussion about what we, city council, are gonna do moving forward to help rebuild the trust of those in the community who feel like that has been shaken. And then I had Counselor Bullock, unless there's anyone else who hasn't spoken yet. All right, go ahead.
I just wanted to respond to one of the comments about like truthfulness and inaccuracies, and that I feel like what has happened in some of those posts is that situations have been misconstrued. I've found out from some of those posts, like there was a post about Officer Laura Gordon taking a leave of absence, and the mayor's office put a release out about that. And then I have people emailing me saying, oh, well, she has another job in Irving that's clearly been in the works. I mean, who knows? I don't know, and I actually don't think that, I think that one of the disservices that we've done to Officer Buchanan, to Chief Haig, to potentially other officers is drag their personal lives through city politics. And, you know, but when things are not clear, like this, people were like, this poor officer is taking a leave, she's gonna not have a job. Which is how that was written. That's what people thought. That's what there was, like, condolences, comments. And the connection for me here is that we can't have, like, unbiased, like, none of us are unbiased, right? That's the problem. That's why we have a judgment of racial animus, because none of us are unbiased. And so as much as we want to say there's not a drop of racism in the Greenfield Police Department, there's not a whatever, unconscious bias is a real thing. And so whether or not Officer Gordon meant to promote and inflame, we don't know. I think, there's other things for me too. I do feel like one of the things, I had a conversation with Chief Haig some years ago about social media, and I feel like it got reined in, that Greenfield Police Department social media was, like, pretty wild. I was really shocked to see the post about the 12-year-old. I think that we know middle schoolers, and everyone knows who everyone is in a small town. And so these are the things that are, like, concerning to me, that we're just not thinking of protecting and true safety at the center, and that things are being misconstrued in some ways to lead to more bias, I believe, against the council.
Okay, Councilor Toronto.
I just wanted to, kind of after hearing some other things and recalling earlier, I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. One is, I think what we're kind of talking about with responsibility is, as I said, I'm a big proponent. Somebody earlier in public comment really thought, I guess, took my idea of, like, being responsibly reporting something as if I'm anti-free speech or anti-freedom of the press. Of course you have the freedom to do it. I'm encouraging, and this will tie in, is to be responsible when reporting something, so you're giving the correct information and not steering the nature of it for a specific gain, or to like I said, to gin up the public, to get them irritated, to get them riled up, because that's just not, I just think it's an irresponsible thing to do. And so where I'm going with this also was, you reminded me of, whether it's in the posts or even some of the things from the Public Safety Commission meeting, what bothered me especially about that, it wasn't the content necessarily that was being discussed, it was the way in which it was being presented. A lot, and more than just Councilor Bullock's name was brought up that night from quotes, and those were quotes. I'm not saying that the words weren't said. When they were actually quoted, the words were said. It was misrepresenting what the council as a whole thought. And when you're making a statement about what the council collectively said, and just using, to be frank, one hyperbolic, or a bunch of hyperbolic statements, that I do not believe, if anybody else saw the Public Safety Commission meeting, I do not believe that was misrepresenting what the deliberation was during the budget process. And so if people saw that, or then saw snippets of that, or the small blurb that might have been in the newspaper about it after that, it made it totally appear that we were, like, doing this as an aggressive, purposeful, in an aggressive, purposeful way. Like, we all just had, like, a chip on our shoulder. All of us had a chip on our shoulder. It was taking little sound bites and making them, pretty much weaponizing them for I can't think of any other purpose. There was hyperbole used constantly. I don't know, it was kind of just like listening to, like to I don't know, like a teenager trying to excuse their behavior. So, you know, I don't know. I was, that part bothered me because I thought that, as I said before, same thing with whether it's on social media, whether it's in the newspaper, whether it's the way people talk to each other in general. I think it was really an irresponsible way to go about explaining why the changes were having to be made. And like I said, it totally took away the hours of deliberation that we were going over with this and going back and forth and the struggle with it, because it wasn't an easy decision, I know, for a lot of us. And I just thought it cheapened what we did, and it really made it easy for anybody watching it or reading the snippets, like I said, the sound bites, to just become aggressive, like super aggressive. And that's where I'm trying to get at. I'm not trying to censor anybody from anything. I just think that and as Penny said, on this side of the table too, I'm including us when I'm saying this, as whether or not we're city employees or not, just being more respectful, being a little bit more thoughtful about what's coming out of your mouth, or what, you know, is being written, and what those potential repercussions could be.
Thank you. All right, folks, it is a little after 11. We have one more thing on the agenda. So rather than reconvene tomorrow, I think we can get through this, and then I need to go home and, sorry? Oh, I thought you were trying to get my attention. Sorry. Yes. So let's get through this, and then I have to go home and I have to read my newspaper. Don't spoil it for me. Right. All right. Counselor Elmer.
What about the first reading?
There's the first reading here.
I'm sorry, I scribbled over that because I had a note to
Okay,
make.
City Council.
Please, first reading.
City Council, first reading, June 15th, 2022. Appropriate $175,000 from Fund 8400, General Stabilization for Independent Assessment / Audit of the City of Greenfield's Police Department structure, policies, and practice.
Thank you. Okay, now Counselor Elmer, the notice
Okay.
of zoning amendment.
Everybody's favorite topic here, the marijuana grow. We have one thing here that's on the agenda, which is the zoning amendment proposal that was put forward. This one came from the planning board. I'll read this, but I'm going to preface it by saying that this wasn't on the EDC agenda, so we didn't deal with it. But there's a proposal from the planning board to add section 200-7.3 to place a one-year moratorium on all outdoor marijuana / cannabis cultivation facilities to allow the city time to study existing cultivation establishments and to undertake a planning process to consider amending the zoning ordinance regarding cultivation facilities in residential areas. As I said before, the residents who were asking for the moratorium then said that they actually would rather us do this other thing first, and I want to talk about that now. Before I read it, a little bit of legal background. There was an approval not required submittal that was approved that looked like that the zoning had been frozen on this property that was going to have 3 100,000 square foot grow facilities. Well, a little bit of digging, again, done by the neighbors, found that there is some case law in this, and it involves the town of Acton, where a developer wanted, Bellows Farms, wanted to build 435 apartment units by right, and then the planning board changed some regulations that made it so they could only build 203 apartments The developer sued and the town of Acton won because the judgment was that the approval not required meant that they couldn't change the use. They were still going to use it for residential housing, but the city was within its rights to change the dimensions, or in this case, the number of units. And it's the parallel to what we have here. We have approval of use of this land for agriculture, and the city is not going to take that away, but we do have the right to restrict how much is grown on that property. So, in that vein, Councilor Forgy submitted some language, which I'm going to read now. So move that pursuant to provisions of Chapter 94G, Section 3 of the MGL, in order to impose reasonable safeguards on the operation of outdoor marijuana cultivations and to restrict the licensed cultivation, processing, and manufacture of marijuana, the City of Greenfield hereby makes the following amendments to its zoning ordinance. 1. Section 200-4.2, Rural Residential District, RC, Section C, uses by special permit is hereby amended by adding the following new section, quote, 22, marijuana cultivation limited to Tier 1, 5,000 square feet, pursuant to 200-7.12. And then, and this is returning to the Tier 1 that we had before it was changed to Tier 11. And then 200-717, marijuana establishments is hereby further amended by adding at the end of Section B4 the following new language, quote, a marijuana outdoor cultivation is limited to Tier 1, 5,000 square feet per license. No person or entity having direct or indirect control shall be granted or hold more than 3 licenses in a particular class. The maximum outdoor canopy permissible under all licenses for a single parcel is 15,000 square feet. This got a positive, unanimous recommendation from the EDC, and do you want to have a vote on it here?
Second, I'll second that disorder if you're making a motion. Second?
Motion's been made and seconded.
Okay, so this isn't a motion?
Yeah,
So this is a notice of an amendment proposal?
Yes.
So that can't be voted, I'm being told it can't be voted on tonight. Can you, yes, please do.
Okay. So this is a newly proposed zoning amendment. All zoning amendments need to follow Chapter 40A. This is the proposal. This is the beginning. There will need to be a public hearing. EDC and Planning Board will need to forward recommendations. The Planning Board has a timeline that they're able to forward recommendations within. If the council does not receive that recommendation within that timeline, then the council may proceed to vote on it. But this is simply a public notice that this is coming down the pike.
Here's the concern, I think, is that the neighbors don't want to see these 300,000 square foot grow facilities go up in the time it takes to have the public hearing.
Right, so it still has to follow 40A, so there has to be a joint meeting between EDC, I'm sorry. Councilor Swerger, did you have a question?
No, I had a comment.
Oh, go ahead.
So we actually, on this zoning change, we always agree with Clerk Scott, but in this case, we didn't come to the same conclusion. Unfortunately, or fortunately, I would like to take a vote on this tonight because we did have a public hearing where we talked about with Planning Board. They reached a decision for one thing and ours was separate. So I would like us to take a vote on that tonight.
So you're saying because the language was not substantially different than what the petitioners had submitted to us, right? It was the format.
we could take the vote on that tonight, and that could be determined at a later time.
We could do that.
Because we had a public hearing about the zoning in that.
Counselor Disorder, I have a question.
Yes.
When was the public hearing held on the proposals that Counselor Elmer read tonight about the tier changes?
That was a very good question. We had a public hearing on the original zoning proposal.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So the original zoning proposal submitted by the citizens was deemed to be invalid by the city attorney. That letter was in the packet. This tier proposal submitted and discussed at EDC last night is a new proposal.
That's true. The
Because-
language is different.
Yes,
in this-
because the citizens' proposal was deemed to be invalid.
Yes. Yes.
So we have a joint meeting about signs coming up. Now, I know we need to give 14-day notice to the public, right? That's what we need to do. Now, could we push that meeting, give the 14-day notice now, and then push that meeting so we could get it wrapped up into the next month?
So you're saying reschedule the meeting and then have all of those items on the agenda?
Absolutely, yep.
I would not have a problem with that. My only question is because the voters submitted something that wasn't in the proper format, if the city council formats it, doesn't that it seems to me like it wouldn't be considered a substantive change because it's just formatting. Unless someone can point out something that they feel was substantially different than what the citizens had put forward.
I think, go ahead.
Oh, please, can you use your mic, though?
Can we vote on the moratorium piece? Because that was already discussed. I mean, I know they want it in a different order, but can we vote on that so that's put away?
The problem with, if I could, this language about use is relevant because if we just do the moratorium, then they still have the right to grow the 300,000 square feet. The reason to put in the tier 1 restriction is to prevent that.
Oh, no, I understood. I was just trying to say, could we get that part out of the way, or you have to have the tier 1
We have to have the
first,
tier
no
one.
matter what?
Correct.
Yeah. I'm taking the lead from the residents, and they've asked very strongly that we do the tier 1 first. And 4G, you can speak to this, I think.
Yeah, well, my understanding is that if we vote the moratorium now, we can't make any changes. So then there is no second step.
Okay.
Oh, also Kathy is telling me that the moratorium has not followed the process yet, so it can't be voted tonight. Counselor Lapinski, I saw your hand up.
So,
Oh, I thought Chris did. Chris's hand was first.
oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
go
did you have
ahead.
your hand up first?
Yes, I did. Thank
Okay,
you.
sorry.
Yep.
Counselor Forgy and then Lapinski.
That's okay. I understand what our clerk is talking about in regard to the legal opinion that we received, that basically there are two ways in our charter for citizens to approach government on issues that matter to them, 7.6 and 7.7. I understand that the legal opinion determined that did not qualify, it did not meet any legal qualifications for a 7.7 petition. My question, and of course there is a legal opinion, I'm not necessarily agreeing with that legal opinion, although I'm not a lawyer, But my question is, under 7.6, it talks about 3 different ways. There are 3 different topics under 7.6. And it talks about the fact that a citizen group can bring forward a petition to council. And we have received that. And we had a public hearing on that petition, the way I understand it. And as a result of that decision by the attorney, it's kind of negated what the citizens have done on the technicality that they didn't use the correct language, they didn't choose the right things to say, and it doesn't qualify under a certain section of the charter. I disagree with that opinion because this is a real grassroots attempt by citizens to have some resolution and some voice in their community about what is about to happen to them. They are not experts in the field. They did not retain a lawyer or somebody well-versed in law to draft their petition. They went out and they did it on their own. Now, it may not pass the total inspection of Chapter 40A, but I would argue for what has become known as mitigating, a mitigating circumstance at this point, or a mitigating allowance at this point, taking into consideration that the citizens wrote this themselves and brought it forward themselves. They're not experts in government, but they did bring it forward and they did seek some resolution to it. So I have the first conflict, which is the legal opinion. I think that there should be some mitigating tolerance toward the language in that first piece, and I would argue that the petition could be accepted under 7.6. The other piece that there seems to be some issue around at this point is the language that the citizens brought forward. They actually brought forward examples of things that they would like to see happen in Greenfield that has happened in other communities to protect themselves from this kind of a development. They included all of that language as well. And so the way I'm looking at it right now is the language that has been written is really addressing what those folks actually said in the petition. It's just been put into formalized language.
Thank you. Okay, I had Counselor Lapinski next and then Counselor Elmer.
So here's the thing. I have consistently said that I support what the residents of the neighborhood are asking for, but we're talking about voting on something. I don't even have a copy of it yet. I can't vote on something I haven't read. What do you want me to do? You'd have to get me copies, and I have no, I would at least have to abstain. I can't even see, there's nothing to read. There's nothing, how am I supposed to vote on something I can't read? Really?
Okay, Counselor Elmer.
Yeah, it was mailed to you, but you don't have email, so I understand. I think I'm going to disagree with Councilor Forgy. It's very likely that we could get sued over this, and I think it's important that we strictly follow the law. So I hear what the clerk is saying about 40A, and I think she's probably right that we should follow the procedure. As much as I'd love to have a vote and send some signal of support to the residents, if the clerk says and the lawyers say we have to follow 40A, we should follow it.
Counselor DeSorger. And then Counselor Golub next.
But what the lawyer actually talked about was the moratorium in the readings.
In that original.
Yes, and so, it's important that if we do vote on this, we need 9 votes. This was in the packet if you want to actually see a copy of it, but, yeah. It was in our agenda, and I am with Councilor Forgy. I think that there was a timeliness to this because things were moving behind the scenes faster on this than we knew. The fact that there was going to be 3 Tier 11s there, so in an effort to, I want to hear what other people think, because this is an important decision to make, because we can't take it up again for, I forget how long it is. I think it's 2.
It's
It's a significant amount of time, either a year or 2. So we need 9 votes in favor, huh?
Is that, excuse me, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me? Can I?
Yes.
Okay. Is that?
Oh, into your microphone, though.
Oh, is that planning or zoning law?
Yes, a zoning law. Now, I'm just going off my memory here, and actually, the mayor would remember the best, because she did it for longer than I did, but there is, I think it's 2 years. Am I close?
Go ahead. We should just have a microphone in the back of the room from now on. This happens every meeting.
So, 2 things. Your clerk is correct. That's substantially new language. Don't shoot the messenger. It's just about the law. I'm with you. I said so earlier this evening. I think you need a good new revision to that zoning bylaw, but it has to follow 40A. Counselor Elmer is correct. Because, and Counselor Lipinski is also accurate, you know, you folks have not had an opportunity to really fully review this. But more importantly, it really needs to have the eye of the planning department to be correct, to be written correctly. And as you well know, I mean, we've done this time and time again with our zoning bylaw. It is a process that works. It's a process that has a draft written, and the draft is circulated, and there's a public hearing on that draft language, and the city council does get to take the ultimate vote on it. So I think you would be, and certainly the citizens, one of which is still here, would be better served by a full, fully written zoning bylaw that had gone through the process, because you're also correct that all this does is open up yet another avenue for the people who want to create the marijuana grow or cannabis grow to sue us. And please, we don't need any more lawsuits. And so I think you would be wise, I don't know what you do at this stage, table in the discussion, whatever you do, but I think you do need to step back a bit. I don't think if you took a vote tonight, because you're not following the process, I'm not sure exactly what would happen, but I think you really need a legal opinion on a couple of questions. One of which is the question that you brought up about the A&R piece. I think you should do that, but that'll be up to us to, I guess the three, my office and you folks, to decide on whether you want to get a legal opinion on that. But I think, and I get that you're trying to separate the moratorium from the bylaw, but even still, I think that should be on your agenda specifically, not under wherever it's under right this minute. I've lost track. New business?
We're under new business.
Yeah, so.
Right close to the end.
So to answer Jenny's question, yes, if you voted tonight, or you didn't vote or it didn't win, I mean, if you voted and it lost, you couldn't bring it up for 2 years. And I think that would be doing a great disservice to the people who really want to have this done. So I would just respectfully ask all of you to have a little patience. And by the way, nobody is going to build a 3-tier 11 pot farm in 14 days, or the 20 days that it takes, one after the other. It's just not going to happen. They haven't even brought forth their plan, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that. And, you know, it might be better to separate the moratorium and the actual zoning bylaw.
Thank you. Counselor Golub, you are next.
Yeah, I have a few questions. The first is I see Al Norman raising his hand, and my first question is how quickly we need to get the Tier 1 passed. I'm not sure if you're raising, or if he's raising his hand about that. But that context might be helpful.
So normally,
that
we
not-
don't have anyone except for city councilors in this part of the meeting.
Okay.
At the request of a counselor, we can have a city employee
Okay.
answer questions, but we can't reopen public comment because
Okay.
Point of order.
So,
Yes.
The city council can vote to recognize anyone.
perhaps,
So I would move that we recognize Al Norman on this issue.
someone else here at the table may be able to answer my first question, which is how quickly we need to pass the Tier 1 ordinance in order to prevent the project on Country Club Road from going forward.
Yes, please.
So, as a builder, I could tell you, they haven't even gone for site plan approval. That could take, in a case like this, months, right? I do think it's a necessity to try to address this issue quickly, because, you know, developers tend to have good legal counsel and they find their ways around things. But, you know, the planning board could hold it up over the type of fence they're using, or how much landscaping they're doing, or what they're doing for, you know, wetland mitigation, or whatever it may be. It could take forever. I've had jobs that took 1.5 years to get through planning board before I could break ground. So it's case dependent, but it's not gonna happen in a day. I can tell you that much.
Okay, I have a few, just follow up from there. I was really excited to get to vote on this tonight, and I am incredibly grateful for the activism of the folks in my precinct and in the Country Club Road area, because of the impact that this will have, the preventative impact that this will have for our entire city. And I am incredibly grateful for the work of the counselors on this, on the council. And I wish that I didn't have to go to more meetings on this. It'd be great to just get this done tonight. But given that there's uncertainty about the timeline and that we need 9 votes to get this passed, a question to the clerk is, or to whomever might answer this, is what would the process be? What is the process going forward and I'm not sure if I just don't know the answer to this because I'm a new counselor, or if this is something other people are wondering as well.
No, zoning is actually pretty complicated, so don't feel bad. Did you want to?
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Can you explain why a member of the public with expertise on this can't be recognized?
I already
think it
moved
sets. No, I think it sets a precedent. We can't.
No, if you get a majority.
Wait.
No,
He's
we've
talking
only
to the
ever.
president.
Okay, so I have the floor right now. Councilor Golub asked the question about the process. Clerk Scott is looking at Chapter 40A right now. Well, now she just minimized it.
Should I speak?
Yes, please do.
So Chapter 40A is Mass General Law that guides the process. The first line of Chapter 40A says, zoning ordinances or bylaws may be adopted and from time to time to change by amendment, addition, or repeal.
Sorry, we're trying to hear the clerk.
But only in the manner hereafter provided. So Chapter 40A is the guideline for how any zoning amendment needs to be made in Massachusetts. There are different levels. First of all, I'm not an attorney. A legal attorney is clearly, in my opinion, needed. Because there are so many different things going on. That's my thought. The first step in a newly proposed zoning amendment is to get a public hearing scheduled, generally between the EDC and the planning board. They generally hold them jointly. That's the public's opportunity to come and make comment. After that public hearing is closed, the EDC then goes and makes a recommendation. The planning board generally does the same. The planning board has a timeline after the public hearing is closed in which they need to respond within. If they do not respond within that time, the council is allowed to move forward and vote without a recommendation. Generally, the planning board does make a recommendation. All of that taken into consideration, it comes before the council to be voted on, deliberated and voted on. That is, in a nutshell, 40A. Sorry, there are hands up.
I thought that I saw Counselor Elmer, but did you put your hand down?
No, I'd still like to speak.
Okay, and then Counselor Ricketts.
In the interest of closing this part of the discussion, I'm happy to withdraw the suggestion that we have a vote tonight. I think we should follow the law. We should follow 40A. So this has been introduced. Notice has been given that this process has started, and we will schedule a meeting with the planning board.
Okay, I had Counselor Ricketts, then Counselor Forgy, and then Counselor Lapinski.
Okay, so a couple things. To the EDC committee, do you have enough information? Is it written out well enough that the clerk can send it for legal now, or does it need to be tweaked, do you believe?
It'd be great to get a legal opinion on it.
But the way it's written right now is good for legal right now, so that's good. And then the clerk can send 40A out to us in email to help refresh some of us. And then anyone from the public who's well-versed in it too, you know our emails well, you know? So just, I say get the information to us, but I just want to, move forward as quick as we can. And if we have everything, then, not that I'm saying get up tomorrow at 8 o'clock and get that out to legal, but, maybe 8:30, whatever.
All right, Counselor Forgy.
Mike?
I'm looking at you too, Phil. Okay. So,
It's my job.
I just need some clarification, please. The motion was, am I correct in understanding that the motion was made and seconded on this?
I don't
Is
think
this
that there
no
was-
motion at all? Because I don't want this documentation withdrawn.
I don't think there was a motion. This was just listed as a notice of zoning amendment proposals.
Okay.
I did actually say the word motion, and there was a second made. I'm happy to withdraw that motion if that's going to cause
Okay,
complications.
if Counselor DeSorgo will withdraw the second.
You already did, yeah.
But the person who seconded it has to withdraw.
No, they don't.
I'll withdraw by a second because there's no,
I'm not, so right now it's just city councilors. I want to get out of here before midnight, hopefully, but I'm not recognizing citizens except during public comment. Except during public comment. So I have the floor. This is staying in the rails. I'm keeping it in the rails. I lost track of where we are. Okay, you withdrew your second. I think Councilor Forgy wanted to finish her thought, and then we go to
If
Councilor
the second
Lapinski.
is withdrawn, a motion is withdrawn, then what is it that we have presented tonight for the record? And how is that classified in our records, in our minutes?
Do you have,
I can.
would you please?
So the zoning notices,
Okay,
the one that Counselor Elmer spoke of from EDC last night with the tier changes, and the one that is listed on the council agenda for a one-year moratorium, it's a public notice, simply saying this has been submitted, received, and is moving through the process.
and that will be reflected in our minutes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Did you still have a question, or did that answer?
I actually have a question for the mayor, if I may be allowed.
Yes.
It's on the subject. And it is this. So it seems to me like pretty much everyone agrees that we need to scale back this proposed marijuana farm, and there's proposals on the table to do it. But I'm wondering, Mayor, if you have considered, as the mayor of Greenfield, reaching out to the developer and saying, this is the controversy, everyone's against it, there's probably going to be some stuff passed, and see if they'll negotiate. Has that been considered?
Well, I think they're aware, but to answer your question, no, I haven't, because we hadn't gotten to this point yet. But I think they're aware of what's going on. So I don't know what kind of a negotiation there would be. Right now, they are operating under the zoning bylaw as it exists. And we have to believe that at this point in time that that's the way it is. And we have to follow the law as it exists now until such time as it can be changed, which is what I think you are, which is what I think Counselor Elmer's suggesting be done here, and counselors seem to want to do that.
Yes, Mayor, but.
No, I want to answer the question. I don't need to argue with you. I do want to answer your question.
Okay.
So what happens now going forward is that change will be allowed. It isn't clear yet. I know Counselor Elmer came up with some interesting information on the A&R. I actually happen to know personally the Acton city solicitor. So I can suggest a conversation with her. But anyway, assuming she was there at the time, and I think she's been their city solicitor for quite some time now. Anyway, it simply has to follow a proper process of zoning. It's not about my making deals with the with the owner of the company that's wanting to build the cannabis grow. That could happen at any time. I have given some thought to the fact that they quite possibly would withdraw entirely if it became too onerous for them to go forward. But we haven't had that discussion.
Right. I think it may be worth your while to engage them in a good faith negotiation that could take all of this off the table and simply allow them to move forward with some kind of a business plan that's not too big for the community. They might be willing to. I think it's worth a try. That's all.
Okay, so.
I will take that under consideration, Counselor.
Thank you. I want to bring this back into city council purview. So what I'm seeing is we have this proposal for an amendment. It looks like we need to follow the process outlined in 40A. It sounds like we have some time as long as we don't waste tons of it. So would there be any objection to this going on to committee chairs to be taken up in July? Or is this something that we feel should, like Councilor Healy had suggested earlier, reschedule that joint meeting with planning and then try to take it up there? I saw you first, but I mentioned him because of his suggestion. So, Councilor Healy?
I think it's urgent enough to the public where if we get our 14-day notice out and we move our meeting from next week to the following week, it could all happen very fluidly, and I think it's a good idea. That's my opinion.
Okay, then I had Councilor DeSorger.
I actually just had a timing question, because this is, actually was submitted by Councilor Forgy almost 3 or 4 weeks ago. Why, when the citizens brought forward a petition, that went right away to legal. I'm not quite, no? Their proposal went to legal, well, whatever the date is. But that Belcher Timmy, I don't have that in front of me. But this has not been viewed by legal, even though it's been in the clerk's office, or it was submitted a month ago. Didn't you submit this about a month ago, Councilor Forgy? I know we're not supposed to have crosstalk, but it should have gone to, I would have thought it might have gone to legal already.
So my understanding is it doesn't necessarily have to go to legal, especially before it comes to the city council. I think that it would have to go to legal after, we've got something that we're voting on, right? Oh, I'm being told it only goes to legal if there's a question on it. Councilor Forgy, go ahead.
No, just to make it quick, the petition was presented, and then there was a request for legal to weigh in on the legality of the petition.
But the one that we're looking at right now is submitted by Councilor Forgy. That one
The
was
one that, the language I submitted.
was 2 or 3 weeks ago?
It was a couple of weeks. It was probably a couple of weeks. The
Okay.
language has been out there, yeah.
Right, and so even after, my concern is even after this, the position that our lawyer took, the city's lawyer took, the planning board came up with a recommendation for a 1-year moratorium. So I think that this, I just want everybody to get this. This is a little problematic in my mind, because where I'm thinking, I think it was important that we did it tonight, because I find it highly unusual that our lawyer would have said a moratorium was not okay. The planning board recommended a 1-year moratorium. We came up with a different conclusion that was not looked at by the lawyer. Just saying.
Okay, so Councilor Toronzo?
At least from unless there was something else I hadn't seen, the letter we're speaking of is when the city's lawyer said there wasn't specific enough requests in the petition. So, but notwithstanding that, we could act on anything else that was involved in that on our own, or the planning board could start it on their own. So, and when was that submitted? I mean, does the process start when it's submitted to the office, or is it literally like right now, because now we're reading it out loud? I guess is what I'm saying. So now we're speaking.
If we're if we're setting up a new public hearing and we're treating this like it's a new thing, then I think that it starts today.
Okay.
Or,
Even
sorry,
even
when
though
it was submitted, when it was submitted.
When it was
Point of
submitted.
order.
Sorry.
What is being achieved by this conversation?
We're trying to work out the
Excuse me.
timeline so that Yeah, we're trying to
get
work out
this
the
right
timeline so
we
we
can get
know
it done, and we're not gonna have any legal ramifications of it. I think that's
Right.
been pretty clear.
I don't want to waste a lot of people's time by scheduling special meetings and rescheduling meetings that have already been scheduled if something can wait. And I'm sort of, it sounds like this just shouldn't wait. So I think that we should probably reschedule that joint meeting with the planning board. But Counselor Elmer, that means you're gonna have to herd
I'll talk
cats on EDC.
I'll talk to the chairman of the planning board about that.
Okay.
Okay.
Was there any other discussion on this topic? At this point, we have motions to reconsider. Did anybody want to reconsider anything from tonight? I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So move, Ricketts.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, great. 11:52.